Hello, friends. About 70% of the friends who watch my videos are not subscribed, and I would be very happy if you did. Also, don't forget to press the like button and leave your comments. Your interaction makes the content reach everyone and contributes to the growth of the channel. Thank you all. From which country or city do you follow? And what time are you watching this content? Now get comfortable and relax. This happened in the 1990s, 1994 to be exact. The mist hung low over the Tongass National Forest, cloaking the towering Sitka spruces in a ghostly shroud. I never imagined I'd trade the dry heat of Arizona for the damp chill of Alaska. But life has a funny way of turning tables when you're not looking. My name's Leopold Finch, Leo for short. In 1994, I took up a post as a park ranger here in Tongass, the largest national forest in the United States. Fresh air, solitude, and a chance to escape a past that clung to me like tar. That was the dream. Funny how dreams and nightmares often share the same bed. I was always the guy who cracked jokes at the worst possible moments. Maybe it's a defense mechanism, or maybe I just enjoy the sound of groans more than laughter. Like I used to say, I'm not lazy. I'm on energy-saving mode. Not exactly stand-up material, but it kept things light during long patrols. My first day in Tongass was a baptism by rain, the kind of rain that doesn't so much fall as it envelops you, seeping into your bones and leaving you wondering if you'll ever be dry again. The ranger station, a sturdy log cabin that had seen better days, loomed before me like a sentinel. As I approached, the door swung open, revealing a weathered face framed by salt and pepper hair. "You must be the new guy," the man said, his voice gruff but not unkind. "I'm Hank, Chief Ranger." I extended my hand, plastering on my best pleased to meet you smile. "Leopold Finch." "Leo, if you're into the whole brevity thing." Hank's handshake was firm, calloused palm speaking of years in the wilderness. "Well, Leo, welcome to Tongass. Hope you like green." As Hank gave me the tour, I couldn't help but feel like I'd stepped into another world. The forest pressed in from all sides, ancient and forbidding. The trees here didn't just grow, they loomed, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. I suppressed a shiver, chalking it up to the damp chill. "You'll be patrolling the eastern sector," Hank explained, pointing to a map on the wall. "It's mostly quiet, but we've had some issues with unauthorized hunters lately. Keep your eyes peeled." I nodded, trying to look more confident than I felt. "No problem. I'll have them running scared with my killer jokes in no time." Hank raised an eyebrow. "Just don't scare off the wildlife. We need them more than your jokes." As night fell, I settled into my new quarters, a small cabin on the edge of the ranger compound. The forest sounds were alien to me, a symphony of creaks, rustles, and distant howls that set my nerves on edge. I tried to convince myself it was just the adjustment period, used to it, but as I lay in bed, staring at the shadows dancing on the ceiling, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Sleep came fitfully, punctuated by strange dreams. In one, I was running through the forest, pursued by something I couldn't see, but could feel breathing down my neck. Just as it was about to catch me, I jolted awake, heart pounding and sheets damp with sweat. "Get it together, Leo," I muttered to myself. "It's just a forest. What's the worst that could happen?" Little did I know, I was about to find out. The morning started like any other, a lukewarm cup of coffee and a stale bagel I wouldn't feed to a moose. The radio crackled to life. "Leo, we've got reports of unauthorized hunters near the eastern perimeter," came Janet's voice, sharp as ever. Janet was our dispatch operator, a no-nonsense woman who could probably run the entire forest single-handedly if she wanted to. I'd only known her for a day, but I already had a healthy respect for her efficiency. "Copy that. Heading there now," I replied. "If I don't make it back, tell my mom I finally learned how to fold a fitted sheet." "Noted," she said dryly. "Try not to start a war out there." I grabbed my gear and set off along the gravel path that wound through the forest like a serpent. The air was crisp, tinged with the scent of pine and damp earth. Birds chattered overhead, oblivious to the human concerns below. About an hour into the hike, I noticed something odd, a silence that pressed in like a held breath. The birds had gone quiet, and even the wind seemed to have taken leave. It reminded me of the calm before a storm, that pregnant pause where the world teeters on the edge of something unseen. I shrugged it off, probably just my sparkling personality scaring them away, I muttered. Continuing on, I spotted tracks veering off the main path, bootprints deep and erratic. They weren't part of any trail, I knew, and curiosity got the better of me. "Well, Leo, what's the worst that could happen?" I said to myself, conveniently forgetting all the horror movies that start with that exact sentiment. Following the prints, I entered a denser part of the forest where the canopy above knitted together, casting everything in perpetual twilight. The ground squelched underfoot, and a faint odor hung in the air, metallic and sour. It reminded me of the time I'd stumbled upon a dead coyote back in Arizona, the stench of decay unmistakable. I came upon a clearing littered with the remains of a campsite, a torn tent, scattered belongings, and was that a shoe hanging from a branch? "This doesn't scream happy campers," I said, unease gnawing at the edges of my bravado. I radioed in. "Janet, you there? Found an abandoned campsite at grid reference 3 Alpha. Looks like it was ransacked. Static. Great of all days for technology to give me the cold shoulder." As I surveyed the wreckage, something caught my eye. A crude carving on a tree trunk. It resembled a wolf, but distorted, almost humanoid. The figure was elongated, with 2 long limbs, and a head that seemed to melt into its shoulders. Deep gouges surrounded the carving, as if someone or something had clawed at the tree in a frenzy. Art critic I'm not, but that's one ugly mural, I said, trying to light the mood. My voice sounded hollow in the eerie silence. A rustling sound pulled my attention. From the corner of my eye, I saw a movement, a shadow darting between the trees. Hello, park ranger here. If you're lost, I've got a map, and if you're hiding, I've got a very loud whistle. Silence. I walked toward where I thought I'd seen the movement. The underbrush was thick, resisting my every step. Pushing past the thicket, I nearly stumbled into a small pit. At first glance, it looked like a sinkhole. But then I noticed the bones. Animal bones, I hoped, scattered at the bottom. They were picked clean, bleached white by sun and rain. But something about them seemed off. Some were too large to belong to the typical forest denizens, and others looked disturbingly human-like. Well, that's not foreboding at all, I whispered. A low chuckle echoed behind me. I spun around, heart pounding. Who's there? Nothing. Okay, Leo. Either you're losing it, or someone's playing a very unfunny prank. I decided it was time to head back. As I retraced my steps, the forest seemed unfamiliar, as if the trees had shifted in my absence. After what felt like an hour, I realized I was going in circles. Panic started to bubble up, but I pushed it down. Lost in the woods, every park ranger's secret shame, I muttered. I tried the radio again. Janet, do you copy? This time a garbled voice came through. EO, get out. Janet, repeat that. You're breaking up, not alone. Run, the line went dead. Well, that's sufficiently creepy. A sudden scream pierced the air. A man's voice filled with terror. Without thinking, I ran toward the sound. Breaking through a dense patch of ferns, I entered another clearing. The sight stopped me cold. A fellow ranger. I recognized him as Greg, one of the veterans I'd met briefly during orientation, lay on the ground. His body was torn apart, eyes wide in a lifeless stare. Blood soaked the moss beneath him, and deep gashes crisscrossed his torso. Oh no, Greg. I felt a surge of nausea, but forced it down. A guttural sound rumbled nearby. Emerging from behind a fallen log was a creature unlike anything I'd ever imagined. It stood on two legs, towering over me by at least 3 feet. Its body was covered in matted fur, patches of which were missing to reveal slick, gray skin. The face was elongated like a deer's, but twisted, with sharp antlers that branched out like gnarled fingers. Well, that's not Bambi, I said, stepping back slowly. The creature tilted its head, black eyes reflecting no light. It sniffed the air and bared a set of jagged teeth. I glanced at Greg's body and then back at the beast. Look, if this is about trespassing, I can leave. No hard feelings. It let out a shriek that rattled my teeth and lunged forward. I dove to the side, feeling its claws graze my arm, a burning slash that seared instantly. Scrambling to my feet, I bolted. Adrenaline surged, and the forest became a blur of green and brown. Behind me, I could hear it crashing through the underbrush, gaining ground. "Come on, Leo, think," I hissed between ragged breaths. Up ahead, I spotted a narrow ravine. Without hesitation, I leapt across, landing hard on the other side. The creature skidded to a halt at the edge, snarling. "What's the matter? Can't jump?" "Guess those legs are all for show," I shouted, my bravado thin and cracking. It paced along the ravine's edge, eyes never leaving me. I took the moment to assess my options. The pain in my arm was sharp, blood seeping through my torn sleeve. Reaching into my pack, I pulled out a flare. Not exactly a lightsaber, but it'll have. To do, I ignited it, the red flames sputtering to life. The creature recoiled slightly. "Ah, so you're not a fan of fireworks." I waved the flare, trying to keep the ravine between us. Slowly, I backed away, but my foot caught on a root, and I fell hard, the flare rolling out of reach. "Smooth move," I groaned. The beast seized the opportunity, leaping over the gap effortlessly. It stood over me, drool dripping from its maw. "Wait, aren't you supposed to be scared of fire?" I stammered. It snapped its jaws inches from my face. Desperate, I grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it into its eyes. It howled, stumbling back. Seizing the moment, I got to my feet and ran toward a cluster of old mining shacks I'd remembered from maps. Abandoned, but potentially offering shelter. Reaching the first shack, I slammed the door behind me. The structure was rickety, walls full of gaps, but it was something. I searched frantically for anything useful. In a corner, I found a rusted pickaxe. Not exactly state-of-the-art weaponry, but beggars can't be choosers. The door shook as the creature slammed against it. Wood splintered, and I knew it wouldn't hold. "Come on in." "Mikasa Esukasa," I shouted, positioning myself. The door gave way, and the beast charged. I swung the pickaxe with everything I had. It connected with a sickening thud, lodging into the creature's shoulder. It roared in pain, swiping at me and sending me crashing into the wall. Stars exploded in my vision, but I held on to consciousness. The beast struggled, the pickaxe hindering its movement. Seizing the chance, I crawled toward a stack of old dynamite sticks. Probably unstable, but better than nothing. "Time to bring down the house," I mumbled. I grabbed a stick, lit it with the lighter I always kept, a habit from my smoking days, and tossed it at the creature's feet. Diving out a side window, I hit the ground as an explosion ripped through the air. Debris flew, and a wave of heat washed over me. Coughing, I got up and looked back at the wreckage. Smoke billowed, and flames licked at the remains of the shack. There was no movement. "Yes, that blew your mind," I said weakly. Sirens wailed in the distance. Backup had finally arrived, or maybe someone had reported the explosion. Janet's voice crackled over the radio. "Leo, What's your status? We heard an explosion. Alive for now. Send medical to my coordinates. Greg is down. There's something else out here. Understood. Help is on the way. Minutes later, a team arrived. They found me disheveled and bleeding, but alive. Greg's body was recovered, and the area was secured. Did you see what did this? One of the officers asked. I hesitated. It was a bear, had to be. He gave me a skeptical look, but didn't press further. Days later, I sat in the station, arm bandaged, sipping terrible coffee. Reports came in of strange sightings, but nothing concrete. The official story remained a wild animal attack. Janet approached me. You sure you're okay? Never better. Just another day in paradise. She sat down. You know, if there's more to this, I cut her off. Sometimes it's better not to dig too deep. You might not like what you find. She nodded slowly. Fair enough. As I left the station that evening, the shadows stretched long under the fading light. I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were on me, hidden somewhere among the trees. Well, if you're out there, at least buy me dinner first. I called out to the forest. A rustling sounded, but it was just a deer stepping into the clearing. It looked at me briefly before darting away. I chuckled softly. Jumpier than I am. That's a first. I took one last look at the tree line before driving off. Some secrets the forest could keep. I'd had enough adventure to last a lifetime, or at least until my next cup of coffee. But as the days turned into weeks, I couldn't shake the memory of what I'd seen. The creature's face haunted my dreams, and every rustle in the undergrowth set my heart racing. I tried to convince myself it had been a bear, or maybe a wolf. But deep down, I knew better. The other rangers noticed the change in me. Gone was the easygoing jokester, replaced by a man who jumped at shadows and insisted on patrolling in pairs. Hank pulled me aside one day, concern etched on his weathered face. Leo, what really happened out there? He asked, his voice low. I opened my mouth to give him the official story, but the word stuck in my throat. Instead, I found myself spilling everything. The creature, the chase, the explosion. As I spoke, I watched Hank's expression shift from skepticism to something else. Fear, recognition. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. Then he sighed, suddenly looking much older. You're not the first to see something unusual in these woods, he said. What do you mean? Hank glanced around as if checking for eavesdroppers. There are stories, old stories, passed down by the native tribes. They speak of creatures that walk between worlds, DS, neither human nor animal. Shapeshifters, some call them. Others have less flattering names. I felt a chill run down my spine. And you believe these stories? He shrugged. I've been in these woods for 30 years, Leo. I've seen things that defy explanation. But the Forest Service doesn't want to hear about monsters. They want reports that fit neatly into boxes. Bear attack, wolf sighting, that sort of thing. So we just ignore it, I asked, incredulous. Hank's eyes hardened. We protect people. That's our job. Sometimes that means keeping them in the dark. Despite Hank's warning, I couldn't let it go. The creature I'd encountered, the stories Hank hinted at, they gnawed at me, demanding answers. So I began my own investigation, quiet and off the books. I started with the local library, poring over old newspapers and town records. Most of it was mundane, weather reports, announcements of town fairs, the occasional story about a lost hiker. But every now and then, I'd find something that made my blood run cold. 1967, 3 hunters gone missing. Search called off after a week. Their camp was found torn apart as if by a great beast. 1978, local man claims to have seen a wolf walking like a man near Deer Creek. Authorities dismiss it as a hoax. 1985, series of livestock mutilations. Ranchers report seeing large, unidentified animal tracks. The pattern was there if you knew where to look. Every few years, something would happen. Disappearances, strange sightings, unexplained deaths. And always, it would be explained away. Bear attack, wolf pack, mountain lion. But the more I dug, the less I believed the official explanations. One name kept cropping up in my research, Margaret Redfeather, an elder of the local Tlingit tribe. If anyone knew the old stories Hank had mentioned, it would be her. It took some doing, but I finally managed to arrange a meeting. Margaret lived on the outskirts of a small Tlingit community. Her house, a modest wooden structure that seemed to blend into the surrounding forest. As I approached, I saw her sitting on the porch, as if she'd been expecting me. "Leopold Finch," she said, her voice strong despite her advanced years. "I've been waiting for you." I blinked in surprise. "You have?" She smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening. "The forest whispers, young man, and lately it's been whispering your name." I sat down across from her, unsure how to begin. Margaret saved me the trouble. "You've seen it, haven't you? The Kushtaka." The word sent a shiver through me. "Is that what it's called?" Margaret nodded. "In our language, it means land otter man. But that's a simplification. The Kushtaka is a shapeshifter, a trickster. It can appear as a man, an otter, or something in between. What I saw," I said slowly, "was definitely in between." "Tell me," she said. So I did. I told her everything, the chase, the fight, the explosion. As I spoke, Margaret listened intently, her dark eyes never leaving my face. When I finished, she was quiet for a long moment. Then she spoke, her voice low and urgent. "The Kushtaka is not just one creature, Leopold. It is many. A whole tribe of them lives in these woods, hidden from human eyes most of the time. But why?" I asked. "Why do they attack people?" Margaret's expression turned grim. "Some say they seek to replenish their numbers by turning humans into one of them. Others believe they are guardians of the forest, punishing those who disrespect nature. The truth, I suspect, is somewhere in between. I thought of Greg, his body torn apart in the clearing. How do we stop them? Stop them. Margaret raised an eyebrow. Young man, these creatures have been here long before us, and they'll be here long after. You might as well try to stop the tide. So we just let them kill people. I couldn't keep the frustration out of my voice. Margaret shook her head. I didn't say that. We can protect ourselves, warn others. But declaring war on the Kushtaka, that would only bring more bloodshed. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the porch, Margaret told me more. She spoke of protective charms, of rituals to ward off the Kushtaka. She told me of signs to watch for, certain bird calls that weren't quite right, tracks that changed from animal to human and back again. By the time I left, my head was spinning with information. But one thing was clear. I was in way over my head. The next few weeks passed in a blur. I threw myself into my work, determined to protect the people who ventured into the forest, even if I couldn't tell them what I was protecting them from. I began leaving warnings, subtle at first, then more overt. I posted signs about increased bear activity, closed off trails near where I'd encountered the Kushtaka, and insisted on giving safety talks to every group that came through. Some of the other rangers began to notice. Janet cornered me one day, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Leo, what's going on? You've got half the forest roped off and you're scaring tourists with tales of killer bears. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. Janet, trust me, it's for their own good. Is this about what happened with Greg? Her voice softened. Leo, I know it was traumatic, but you don't understand. I cut her off. There's something out there, Janet. Something worse than bears or wolves, or anything you've been trained for. She looked at me for a long moment, then shook her head. Leo, I think you need to talk to someone. Maybe take some time off. But I couldn't take time off. Not when I knew what was lurking in the shadows. As summer turned to fall, the tourist season began to wind down. But for those of us who called the forest home, the real work was just beginning. Winter in Alaska is no joke, and we had to prepare. It was during one of these preparation runs that it happened again. I was checking our emergency shelters, making sure they were stocked with supplies for the winter. The day was overcast, a chill wind whipping through the trees and carrying with it the promise of snow. As I approached the last shelter on my route, I noticed something odd. The door was ajar, swinging gently in the wind. I frowned. These shelters were supposed to be locked when not in use. Hello. I called out one hand on my radio. Anyone in there? No response. Cautiously, I approached the shelter. The wind shifted, and a familiar scent hit me. That same metallic, sour smell from the clearing where I'd found Greg. My heart began to race. This is Ranger Finch, I said into my radio. "I've got a possible situation at Emergency Shelter 17, requesting backup." Static was my only answer. "Of course," I muttered, "because that's just my luck." I drew my sidearm, a precaution I'd taken to carrying ever since my encounter with the Kushtaka. Slowly, I pushed the door open. The interior of the shelter was dark, the window shutters closed. As my eyes adjusted, I made out a figure huddled in the corner. "Sir, ma'am, are you all right?" I asked, my voice echoing in the small space. The figure didn't move. I took a step closer, and that's when I saw it. A pair of eyes reflecting the light from the door, glowing an unnatural yellow. "Oh," the creature lunged, faster than I could react. I felt a searing pain in my shoulder as claws raked across it. The force of the attack sent me stumbling backward, out of the shelter. I raised my gun, firing off 2 shots. The creature shrieked, a sound that set my teeth on edge, and retreated back into the shadows of the shelter. Blood soaked my jacket, but I couldn't afford to check the wound. I could hear movement inside the shelter, the scrape of claws on wood. "Come on," I growled. "Come and get me, you bastard." As if in answer, the creature burst out of the shelter. In the gray light of day, I got my first clear look at it. It was similar to the one I'd encountered before, but smaller. Its fur a mottled gray instead of brown. Its face was more human-like, with a flattened nose and lips pulled back in a snarl to reveal razor-sharp teeth. We faced each other, the creature and I, in a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity. Then, with a roar that shook the trees, it charged. I fired again and again, the shots echoing through the forest. The creature staggered, but kept coming. Just as it reached me, as I could feel its hot breath on my face, a deafening boom split the air. The creature's head exploded in a spray of blood and bone. It collapsed at my feet, twitching. I looked up to see Hank standing there, shotgun in hand. "Told you there were more of them," I said weakly, before the world went dark. I came to in the infirmary, my shoulder throbbing, and my head feeling like it was stuffed with cotton. Hank was there, his face grim. "Welcome back to the land of the living," he said. I tried to sit up, wincing at the pain. "The creature, dead," Hank confirmed. "We burned the body." I nodded, relief washing over me. Then a thought struck me. "Hank, you believe me. You came prepared." He sighed, suddenly looking every one of his ears. "Like I said, Leo, you're not the first to see these things. I've had my own encounters over the years. Why didn't you tell me? Would you have believed me if I had?" He shook his head. "Besides, I hoped it was over. It's been years since the incident." I absorbed this in silence. Finally, I asked, "What do we do now?" Hank's expression hardened. Now we fight back." The next few weeks were a flurry of activity. Hank brought in a small group of trusted rangers, Janet among them, and we began to prepare. We couldn't tell the higher-ups the truth, of course, as far as they were concerned, we were dealing with an unusually aggressive bear population. But in secret, we trained. Margaret Redfeather became our unofficial advisor, teaching us the old ways of fighting the Kushtaka. We learned to recognize their signs, to use charms and rituals for protection. And we armed ourselves, not just with guns, but wit, iron and fire, the old weapons that the stories said could harm these creatures. As winter settled in, transforming the forest into a frozen wonderland, we patrolled in pairs, always on alert. The tourists were gone now, but we knew the real danger was just beginning. It was on one of these patrols, deep in the heart of winter, that we found it, a cave, hidden behind a frozen waterfall. From inside came sounds that made my blood run cold in human shrieks and growls, mixed with something that might have been laughter. A nest, Hank whispered, his breath frosting in the air. We found their nest. We retreated to plan our attack. This was it, our chance to end this once and for all. The night of the raid was clear and bitterly cold, the stars sharp points of light in the black sky. Our team moved silently through the snow-covered forest, weapons at the ready. As we approached the cave, an eerie silence fell. No sounds came from within. Had they sensed our approach? "Be ready for anything," Hank murmured. We entered the cave, flashlights cutting through the darkness. The tunnel wound deeper into the earth, the walls slick with ice, and then suddenly it opened up into a vast cavern. What we saw there would haunt my nightmares for years to come. Dozens of creatures, in various stages between human and beast, turned to face us. Some were more otter-like, sleek and sinuous. Others were nightmarish amalgamations of human and animal features. And in the center, larger than the rest, stood what could only be their leader. For a moment, everything was still. Then, with a roar that shook loose ice from the cavern ceiling, the creatures attacked. The battle that followed was chaos. Gunshots echoed off the stone walls, mixed with inhuman shrieks, and all too human screams. I saw Janet go down, a creature on top of her, only to drive her iron knife into its throat at the last second. Hank was a whirlwind of destruction, his shotgun booming again and again. And me, I found myself face to face with the leader, a monster twice my size with antlers that scraped the cavern ceiling. It looked at me with terrifying intelligence in its black eyes. It growled, its voice like gravel. "You are the one who challenges us." "Damn right," I snarled back, raising my weapon. We clashed in a fury of claws and bullets. Pain exploded across my body as its claws found purchase, but I gave as good as I got. My iron-tipped bullets tore chunks from its flesh, each hit eliciting a roar of pain and rage. Around us, the battle raged on. I caught glimpses of my teammates fighting for their lives, of Kushtaka falling to bullet and blade. The cavern was filled with smoke and the copper tang of blood. In the end, It came down to a simple thing: luck. The creature lunged at me, jaws wide to tear out my throat. I stumbled backwards, slipping on the icy floor. As I fell, my finger tightened on the trigger. The shot went wide, hitting the cavern wall. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like thunder, the wall began to crack. The creature turned, distracted by the noise, and I seized my chance. I emptied my clip into its chest, the iron bullets tearing through flesh and bone. It fell, and as it did, the cavern began to collapse. "Everyone out," I yelled, struggling to my feet. "Move." We ran, half carrying our wounded, as the world fell apart behind us. We burst out of the cave just as it collapsed entirely, burying the remaining Kushtaka in tons of rock and ice. In the silence that followed, we looked at each other in disbelief. We were battered, bloodied, but alive, and we had won. Years have passed since that night. The official report talks about a cave-in that buried a vicious bear den. Hank retired. Janet took over as chief ranger, and I stayed. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind whispers through the trees, I think I hear echoes of inhuman cries. When I walk through the forest, I feel eyes on me, watching from shadows where no shadow should be. But the attacks have stopped. The forest is quiet, or as quiet as a forest ever is. Yet, I know the truth. The Kushtaka aren't gone. Not really. You can't kill an entire species, especially one as ancient and cunning as they are. Some escaped that night, I'm sure of it. They're out there, waiting, watching. And so I remain, a sentinel in the wilderness. I tell campfire stories to wide-eyed tourists about the dangers of the wild, weaving in warnings they don't even recognize. I patrol the forests, my eyes always searching for signs of their return. Because that's the thing about the wilderness. It keeps its secrets, and some of those secrets have teeth. But hey, it's a living, and if nothing else, it's given me one hell of a story to tell. Just don't expect anyone to believe it. After all, everyone knows there are no monsters in the woods, right? The year was 1994, and I had been living off the grid in rural Idaho for 5 years. My name's Jethro Wade, and back then I was 32 years old. I'd left behind the chaos of city life in Chicago to find solitude in the wilderness. My home was a small cabin I'd built myself, nestled deep in the Bitterroot Mountains. There's something about the quiet out here that keeps your head clear, you know. I've never been much of a people person. Grew up in the south side of Chicago. Always hated it. The constant noise, the smell of car exhaust, and people crammed into every corner. Out here, you've got space to breathe. Sure, there's no cell service. Hell, cell phones were barely a thing back then anyway. No running water, unless you rigged something up yourself. But I liked it that way. Well, I did, until that week in October 1994. I'll admit I'm not a gun guy. That's usually the first thing people ask when they hear I'm living out in the middle of nowhere. Jethro, why don't you carry a rifle? You'd think it was a requirement, like a badge of honor or something. Truth is, I've never felt the need. I keep to myself, avoid any trouble, and the animals out here don't bother me as long as I stay out of their way. Or so I thought. It all started with that smell. I was out gathering firewood when I caught a whiff of it. At first, I figured maybe a deer had wandered too close and gotten itself hurt or sick. That happens out here. But this was thicker, heavier. Something big had died, and not recently. Now, being out here on your own means you don't call animal control when you find something like that. You investigate, deal with it, and move on. But as I got closer to the source, things started feeling wrong. Not just the smell, either. There was this dead silence that hung in the air, which was strange considering I'm used to hearing the forest hum with life. Birds, insects, even the occasional rustle of squirrels. But that day, nothing. I've got this big all oak tree that's fallen down about half a mile from my place. That's where the smell seemed to be coming from. As I stepped around the trunk, I froze. There, in the dirt, was something I couldn't quite wrap my head around. It was a mess of fur and limbs, but not in the way you'd expect from a bear or something. Whatever this was, it had been mauled, torn apart like it had been caught in a blender. And here's the thing. I couldn't tell what kind animal it was. Looked like something between a wolf and a mountain lion, but bigger. And its limbs, there were too many of them. For a minute, I thought maybe some other predator had dragged this thing here from deeper in the woods. But I didn't see any tracks around. Nothing that explained what could have done this. I crouched down, trying to get a better look, when I heard something. Not the usual forest noises, but a low gurgling sound like something was choking. It was faint, but unmistakable. I stood up, scanning the trees. I couldn't see anything, but that feeling in my gut told me I wasn't alone. My cabin wasn't far, so I decided to head back. If I was being watched, I wasn't about to stick around to find out by what. When I got back to the cabin, I locked the door. Something I don't normally do. It's funny though, after 5 years of solitude, it's easy to forget how unsettling it can be to feel vulnerable like that. I tried to shake it off, made myself a coffee using the old percolator I'd picked up at a yard sale before moving out here. I sat on the porch and told myself it was nothing, just nature being weird. But then, just before dusk, I saw movement in the distance. It was fast, darting between the trees. I squinted, trying to make out what it was, but it kept disappearing, reappearing. Whatever it was moving on all fours. At first, I thought it might be a mountain lion, but it was too big, and the way it moved, something about it wasn't right. It didn't have the grace or the rhythm you'd expect from an animal that's used to the wild. It was jerky, almost like it wasn't comfortable in its own skin. Now, here's where things get strange. I'm sitting there, watching this thing, when I see something hanging from its mouth, something long and pale, swinging with each awkward step it took. I didn't get a good look, but it was too big to be a rabbit or a squirrel. And the shape, it looked disturbingly human. I'm not ashamed to admit that's when the fear really hit me. I grabbed the hatchet I keep for splitting wood, knowing full well it wasn't going to do much if this thing came for me. But what else was I going to do? Invite it in for tea. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard scratching at the door or footsteps on the porch. But every time I checked, there was nothing, just the darkness of the woods and that oppressive silence. As the first light of dawn crept through my windows, I realized this was more than just some strange occurrence. Something was out there, something that didn't belong, and I had a sinking feeling that my peaceful existence in these woods was about to change doctor. Automatically, morning came, and I decided I needed answers. If there was some predator out here that had started hunting people, someone needed to know about it. There's a small ranger station about 5 miles from my cabin. I figured I could make the walk, tell them what I saw, and maybe they'd have some idea of what was going on. I packed a small bag with some water and jerky, just in case the trip took longer than expected. As I stepped out of my cabin, I noticed something odd. The usual morning chorus of birds was absent. The forest felt wrong, like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The trail to the ranger station winds through some pretty dense forest. Normally, I enjoy these walks. The smell of pine, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the occasional glimpse of deer or elk through the trees. But that day, everything felt off. The trees seemed to loom over me, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Every snapping twig made me jump. About halfway there, I found something that stopped me dead in my tracks. There, in the middle of the trail, was a boot, just one. It looked old, scuffed, and covered in dried mud. I picked it up, turning it over, and that's when I saw the blood. It wasn't much, just a small smear on the sole, but it was fresh. I stood there for a minute, just holding that boot, trying to figure out how it got there and what it meant. And then I heard it again, that same gurgling sound from the day before. This time it was closer, much closer. I dropped the boot and ran. I'm not ashamed to say it. I bolted back to the cabin as fast as I could. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't playing games anymore. I barely made it back before I heard it crashing through the trees behind me. I slammed the door shut, threw the deadbolt, and waited. My breath was coming in shallow, quick bursts, and all I could do was listen as the thing circled the cabin. It wasn't quiet this time. There was a deliberate noise, like it wanted me to know it was there. Heavy footfalls, almost like it was testing the ground, seeing if it could get through. I could hear it pacing, stopping every now, and then like it was considering its options. And then it stopped. I waited, not daring to move, the silence dragged on. After what felt like an eternity, I decided to peek out the window. Big mistake. It was standing there, just at the edge of the tree line, not moving, just staring at the cabin. Or at least that's what it looked like. I couldn't make out its face clearly, but I could see the outline of its body. It was hunched, like it was too tall to stand upright, with long, spindly arms that almost dragged on the ground. And then I saw what it had in its hand. A leg, a human leg. That's when I knew this wasn't just some animal. This was something else. Something that shouldn't exist. I stepped away from the window, my heart pounding so hard, I thought it might burst. I couldn't think straight, couldn't figure out what to do next. And then it hit the door full force. The whole cabin shook with the impact, and I stumbled back, dropping the hatchet. It hit again, harder this time, and I knew the door wasn't going to hold. I grabbed the hatchet and braced myself, ready for whatever came next. But instead of another hit, I heard a sickening crunch. I rushed to the window again, and that's when I saw the thing dragging something behind it. Something human, something broken. It had found someone else, and it was dragging them into the woods, just like it had done with that boot. I didn't follow. I couldn't. Instead, I sat there in the cabin, trying to convince myself that this wasn't real. But the smell, that smell of decay was still there, thick in the air. As the adrenaline wore off, I started to shake. The reality of what I'd just witnessed began to sink in. There was out there something that hunted humans, and it knew where I lived. The woods I'd called home for the past 5 years suddenly felt alien and hostile. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, jumping at every sound, peering out the windows, half expecting to see that thing standing there, waiting. But it didn't come back. Not that day, at least. As night fell, I realized I couldn't stay here. Whatever that thing was, it would be back. And next time, I might not be so lucky. I needed to get out, to warn someone. But who would believe me? Who could I trust with something like this? I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the door with my hatchet, listening to the sounds of the forest, trying to distinguish between the normal noises and anything that might signal the return of that creature. By morning, I'd made up my mind. I had to leave, had to tell someone what I'd seen. Even if they thought I was crazy, I couldn't keep this to myself. Little did I know, my nightmare was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to leave the cabin. I wasn't going to stick around for round 2. By midday, I'd packed up my essentials and started the long walk back to the ranger station. I didn't stop, didn't look back. And by the time I reached the station, I was practically in a full-blown panic. The ranger station was a small, weathered building that had seen better days. A faded green sign hung above the door, the paint peeling at the edges. As I burst through the door, the bell above it jangled, startling the 2 rangers inside. I told them everything, about the smell, the thing in the woods, the leg. I must have sounded like a lunatic, my words tumbling out in a frantic jumble. They looked at me like I was nuts, of course. One of them, a younger guy with a buzz cut, kept exchanging glances with his partner, like they were silently debating whether to call for psychiatric help. But then, the older ranger, a guy maybe in his 50s with graying hair and deep lines etched into his face, pulled me aside. He didn't say much, just asked a few questions about where I lived and how far out it was. Then he told me something that sent a chill down my spine. "Keep your mouth shut about what you saw," he said, his voice low and grave. "Don't come back here asking about it again." He didn't give me an explanation or offer to help, just a stern warning to let it go. That should have been my first clue that, whatever this was, it wasn't something the Rangers, or anyone for that matter, wanted to deal with. I wasn't in the mood to argue. I figured I'd be safer anywhere but my cabin. So I decided to head into the nearest town, about 20 miles away. I thought I'd catch my breath, maybe talk to someone who could make sense of it all. The walk into town was long and nerve-wracking. Every rustle in the bushes, every snapping twig, had me on edge. By the time I reached the outskirts of Pinewood, a small logging town that had seen better days, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. I found the only bar in the place, a rundown establishment called the Rusty Nail. The neon sign flickered weakly in the fading daylight, half the letters burned out. Inside, the air was thick with cigarette smoke and the smell of stale beer. I ordered a drink and started thinking about my next move. That's when I overheard two locals talking at a nearby table. They were discussing the woods, not in a casual way, but in hushed tones like they knew something. I moved closer, pretending to fiddle with my drink. One of them, a guy in his 60s with a weathered face and calloused hands, was talking about how people had gone missing in that area over the past few decades. Not just hikers or campers, but locals too. Families that lived off the grid, people who were out of touch with the rest of the world. They'd just up and vanish, the old man said, lowering his voice. Nobody finds them, and if they do, well, they ain't in one piece. His friend, a younger man with a nervous twitch, looked around before adding, "You think it's animals? Bears, maybe." The old man shook his head, his eyes dark. "Ain't no bear doing that. Bears kill for food. But whatever's out there, it ain't eating. It's taking parts, leaving the rest. I've seen the remains, messed up. My stomach dropped. I wanted to ask them more, but I couldn't bring myself to admit that I'd seen something. The last thing I needed was for people to think I was losing my mind, especially after that ranger's warning. So I kept quiet, downed my drink, and headed for the local motel. The Pinewood Motel was a shabby, single-story building with peeling paint and a flickering vacancy sign. The girl at the front desk barely looked up from her magazine as she handed me a key. Room 13. Great. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing standing at the tree line, dragging that leg through the dirt. I tried to rationalize it, tell myself it was a bad dream, but the details were too clear, too vivid. I hadn't dreamed that up. As I lay there, staring at the water-stained ceiling, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was in over my head. Whatever was happening in those woods, it was bigger than me. The ranger's warning, the old man's stories. There was a pattern here, a history I was only just scratching the surface of. I made up my mind. I was going to pack up my things and leave the cabin for good. Whatever was out there in those woods wasn't something I wanted to mess with, and I wasn't about to wait around to become its next victim. But as I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, a nagging thought kept tugging at the back of my mind. What if it wasn't that simple? What if, by seeing what I saw, I'd already become part of something I couldn't escape? Little did I know, my decision to leave was about to lead me down a path far darker and more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. The next morning, I woke up with a pounding headache and a sense of dread that sat heavy in my stomach. The events of the past few days felt like a bad dream. The fear was all too real. I knew I had to go back to my cabin one last time to grab the rest of my things before leaving for good. I got a ride back from one of the locals who worked at the bar. He was a quiet guy named Hank, with a bushy beard and eyes that had seen too much. He didn't ask why I'd been in town, and I didn't offer any explanations. The less people knew about my situation, the better. As we pulled up to the cabin, everything seemed normal. The smell was gone, the forest was quiet, and for a split second, I thought maybe I'd imagined it all. But then I saw it. A pile of bones neatly stacked on the porch. Not animal bones, human ones. I could tell from the size, the shape of the ribs, the fragments of skull. My heart stopped. Hank, who'd given me the ride, saw it too. His face went pale, and without a word, he put the truck in reverse and sped off, leaving me standing there like a fool. I didn't go inside. I couldn't. I backed away, feeling the bile rise in my throat. My cabin, my sanctuary for the past 5 years, had become something else. A feeding ground, a trophy case. Whatever this thing was, it had left its mark. That was when I heard the noise again. Not the gurgling sound from before, but something worse. A deep, wet, crunching noise coming from behind the cabin, like something was tearing into flesh. I didn't even think. I ran. I ran harder than I've ever run in my life, back down the dirt path, away from the cabin, away from that thing. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like they were on fire. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. The sound of my own panting and my heart pounding in my ears drowned out everything else. I didn't stop until I reached the highway where I flagged down a passing car. An old station wagon pulled over driven by a middle-aged woman with a concerned look on her face. I don't even remember what I said to her. Something about an emergency, about needing to get the hell out of there. She didn't ask questions, just drove. We ended up in a town about 40 miles away, a slightly larger place called Riverbrook. I thanked the woman profusely and checked into another motel. This one a bit nicer than the last. As I sat on the bed trying to process what had just happened, I realized I had left everything behind. My clothes, my supplies, my whole life for the past 5 years. All of it was still in that cabin. But none of it was worth going back for. Not if it meant facing whatever was in those woods again. I spent the next few days in a daze, barely leaving the motel room. I'd jump at every sound, expecting to see that creature lurking in every shadow. Sleep was elusive, and when it did come, it was filled with nightmares of bones and blood and things moving in the dark. On the third day, I got a call from the local sheriff. Turns out Hank, the guy who'd driven me back to my cabin, had called them, told them what he saw on the porch. They were investigating. I wanted to tell them everything. The creature, the chase, the weeks of strange occurrences leading up to it. But I held back. Something about that ranger's warning kept replaying in my mind, and I wasn't about to poke that bear, metaphorically speaking, of course. Instead, I told the sheriff I'd been out of town and hadn't seen anything. He didn't sound convinced, but he didn't push it. A few days later, I got another call. This time, it wasn't the sheriff. It was a man claiming to be from the government. He didn't say which branch, didn't give me his name. All he said was that I needed to stop asking questions, stop talking to people about what I'd seen. He told me they were handling the situation. What the hell did that mean? I didn't argue. I wasn't going to fight with some faceless government official who seemed to know more about what was going on than I did. But his call left me with more questions than answers. What were they handling? How long had this been going on? And most importantly, what the hell was that thing in the woods? I didn't stick around to find out. I left Idaho the next day, packed up my truck with the few possessions I had left, and drove until I hit the state line. I didn't look back. But here's the thing. I know I'm not the only one who's seen it. I know there are others out there who have had similar experiences. People who have lost loved ones. People who have disappeared. And if I'm right, that thing is still out there, somewhere, waiting for the next person dumb enough to wander too far into the woods. You can call me crazy if you want. I wouldn't blame you. Hell, part of me wishes I was. But I know what I saw. And I know that thing wasn't done. Not by a long shot. And the bones, they weren't a warning. They were a gift. To someone or something. The years that followed were difficult. I ended up in Oregon, working odd jobs, trying to piece my life back together. But the memories of what happened in those Idaho woods never left me. They haunt haunted my dreams, colored every interaction I had. I became paranoid, always looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that creature lurking in the shadows. I tried to forget, to move on. I even saw a therapist for a while. But how do you explain something like that without sounding completely insane? So I kept it to myself, buried it deep, and tried to live a normal life. But then, in 1999, 5 years after my encounter, something happened that brought it all rushing back. I was working as a night security guard at a warehouse in Portland. It was a quiet job, perfect for someone like me who preferred to avoid people. One night, as I was making my rounds, I caught a glimpse of the evening news playing on a small TV in the break room. The anchor was talking about a series of mysterious disappearances in rural Idaho. My blood ran cold as I recognized the area they were describing. It was the same region where my cabin had been. According to the report, over the past few months, several hikers and a couple of local families had vanished without a trace. The authorities were baffled. There were no signs of struggle, no evidence left behind. People had simply disappeared. As I listened, my hands began to shake. I knew exactly what had happened to those people. The same thing that had almost happened to me 5 years ago. But what could I do? Who would believe me? The memory of that government official's warning rang in my ears. Stop asking questions. We're handling the situation. But they weren't handling anything. People were still disappearing. That thing was still out there. I spent the next few weeks obsessively following the news, gathering every scrap of information I could about the disappearances. I started to notice a pattern. The disappearances seemed to happen in cycles, every few years. And they weren't just limited to Idaho. Similar cases had been reported in remote areas of Montana, Wyoming, even parts of Canada. It was happening again, and nobody was connecting the dots. Or if they were keeping it quiet. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just sit back and watch as more people fell victim to that thing. But I also knew that if I started digging too deep, I might attract unwanted attention, the kind of attention that makes people disappear. So I decided to be smart about it. I started reaching out to people online, on forums dedicated to unexplained phenomena and conspiracy theories. I shared my story carefully at first, then in more detail as I found others who had similar experiences. There was Leela, a woman from Montana who had lost her brother to the woods in '97. She described hearing the same gurgling sound I had. Then there was Frank, an ex-logger from British Columbia, who swore he'd seen something, not quite animal, not quite human, dragging a body through the trees late one night. Slowly, piece by piece, we started to build a picture of what was happening. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't isolated to one area. It was moving, hunting across a vast territory. And it had been doing so for decades, maybe even longer. But But the more we dug, the more resistance we encountered. Posts would mysteriously disappear from forums. Emails would go unanswered. And then people started to go quiet. Leela stopped responding to messages. Frank's account was suddenly deleted. I knew I was playing a dangerous game, but I couldn't stop. Not now. Not when I was so close to understanding what was really going on in those woods. Little did I know my search for answers was about to lead me back to the very place I'd sworn never to return. Back to those dark, silent woods where my nightmare had begun. And this time, I might not make it out alive. It was the summer of 2000 when I made the decision to go back. I'd spent the past year gathering information, connecting with others who had similar experiences, and trying to make sense of what was happening. But I knew that if I wanted real answers, I had to return to where it all began. I quit my job, sold most of my possessions, and bought an old camper van. I told myself it was for mobility, but deep down, I knew it was because I couldn't bear the thought of being trapped in a house again. Not after what happened at my cabin. The drive back to Idaho was surreal. As I crossed the state line, I felt a weight settle in my chest. Everything looked the same. The endless stretches of forest, the rugged mountains in the distance. But it all felt different now, threatening, like the land itself was watching me, waiting. I didn't go directly to my old cabin. Instead, I set up camp on the outskirts of Pinewood, the same town I'd fled to 6 years ago. It had changed little in that time. The same rundown buildings, the same wary looks from locals as I walked down the main street. My first stop was the Rusty Nail. I figured if anyone knew what had been happening in the area, it would be the locals who gathered there. As I pushed open the door, the familiar smell of stale beer and cigarette smoke hit me. For a moment, it was like I'd never left. I took a seat at the bar, ordered a beer, and started listening. At first, the conversations around me were mundane. Complaints about the logging company, gossip about neighbors. But as the night wore on and the drinks flowed, the talk turned darker. You hear about the Miller boy. I overheard one man say to his friend, gone missing last week, up near Black Rock Ridge. His friend nodded solemnly. That's the third one this year. Something ain't right in those woods. I perked up at this, turning slightly to better hear their conversation. You don't think it's... The first man started, then lowered his voice. You don't think it's that thing again, do you? His friend shushed him quickly, looking around nervously. We don't talk about that, remember? Bad things happen to folks who talk about it. I wanted to interject, to tell them I knew what they were talking about, that I'd seen it too. But I held my tongue. I needed more information before I revealed myself. Over the next few days, I continued my covert investigation. I visited the local library, poring over old newspapers and town records. I hiked the trails around town, keeping my eyes open for any signs of the creature. And then, on my fourth night in town, it happened. I was in my camper van, parked at the edge of the forest, when I heard it. That familiar, horrifying gurgle. It was distant, but unmistakable. My heart raced as I peered out the window into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing, but then a movement caught my eye. Something large was moving through the trees, its gait unnatural and jerky. I knew I should stay put. That going out, there would be suicide. But I also knew this might be my only chance to get concrete evidence of the creature's existence. With shaking hands, I grabbed my flashlight and the old camera I'd brought for just this purpose. As I stepped out of the van, the cool night air hit me like a slap. The forest was eerily silent, save for that awful gurgling sound. It was closer now, and I could hear something else with it. A dragging noise, like something heavy being pulled across the forest floor. I moved as quietly as I could, following the sound deeper into the woods. My flashlight beam danced across the trees, casting long, grotesque shadows. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig under my feet made me flinch. And then I saw it. In a small clearing ahead, illuminated by a shaft of moonlight, stood the creature. It was even more horrifying than I remembered. Its body was a twisted amalgamation of human and animal parts, with too many limbs and not enough skin to cover them all. Its face, if you could call it that, was a mess of teeth and eyes, arranged in no discernible pattern. But what made my blood run cold was what it was doing. The creature was hunched over something. No, someone, a body. And it was changing it, molding it, like a child playing with clay. I raised my camera with trembling hands, knowing that this might be my only chance to document what I was seeing. But as I pressed the shutter, the flash lit up the clearing. The creature's head snapped up, its many eyes focusing directly on me. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Then, with a speed that defied its awkward appearance, it began to move towards me. I ran. I ran like I've never run before, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face. I could hear it behind me, that wet, gurgling sound growing louder, closer. Somehow, I made it back to my van. I threw myself inside, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I sped away, I could see the creature in my rearview mirror, standing at the edge of the forest, watching me go. I didn't stop driving until I was 3 states away, but I knew this wasn't over. I had seen too much, learned too much, and now I had evidence. Blurry, terrifying evidence of something that shouldn't exist. What I didn't know then was that this encounter would set in motion a chain of events that would not only put my life in danger, but would also uncover a conspiracy larger and more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. The truth was out there in those dark woods, and I was determined to find it, no matter the cost. In the weeks that followed my terrifying encounter in the Idaho woods, I found myself spiraling into a world of paranoia and obsession. The photograph I had taken, though blurry and distorted, was the first concrete evidence I had of the creature's existence, but it was also a death sentence. I holed up in a cheap motel room in Nevada, spending sleepless nights poring over the image, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The more I stared at it, the more convinced I became that this wasn't just some unknown animal. The way it moved, the intelligence in its eyes, this was something else entirely. But my investigation was cut short when I noticed a blah CK SUV parked outside my motel room. It had been there for days, never moving, but always occupied. I knew then that I had attracted the attention of people who didn't want this truth to come out. I fled again, this time heading east. I ditched my phone, paid for everything in cash, and kept to back roads. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, followed. It was during this time on the run that I started connecting with others who had similar experiences. Through encrypted online forums and hushed phone calls from payphones, I began to piece together a larger picture. There was Wren, a former park ranger from Yellowstone who had been fired after reporting impossible animal attacks. Theo, a cryptozoologist who had been discredited after getting too close to the truth. And Vivian, a journalist whose entire career had been destroyed after she started investigating the disappearances. Together, we formed a loose network, sharing information and theories. And slowly, a terrifying truth began to emerge. The creature, or creatures, as we now suspected there were multiple, had been active for far longer than any of us had realized. Reports dating back to the 1800s described similar sightings and disappearances. But more importantly, we uncovered evidence of a massive cover-up. Government agencies, local law enforcement, even some environmental groups, all seemed to be working together to keep this secret. But why? What could be so important that they would let people die to keep it hidden? The answer came from an unexpected source. An anonymous tip led me to a retired military officer living in a small town in Colorado. He was dying of cancer and claimed he wanted to clear his conscience before he went. What he told me chilled me to the bone. According to him, the government had known about these creatures since the 1940s. They weren't animals or even earthly in origin. They were something else. Visitors from somewhere beyond our understanding. But here's the kicker. They weren't invaders. They were refugees. Apparently, these beings had fled some cataclysmic event in their own realm and had been seeking sanctuary on Earth. The government, seeing potential in their advanced biology and technology, had struck a deal. The creatures would be allowed to live in remote wilderness areas, and in return, they would share their knowledge. But the creatures had their own agenda. They weren't content with the areas they'd been given. They were expanding, evolving, using human DNA to create hybrid forms that could pass unnoticed among us. The officer's final words to me were a warning. They're not contained anymore, and they're hungry. As I left his house, my mind reeling from what I'd learned, I noticed a familiar black SUV parked down the street. They'd found me again. I managed to slip away, but I knew my time was running out. I had to get this information to the public, to warn people about what was really happening in the dark corners of our world. But how do you convince people that monsters are real? That their own government is complicit in a conspiracy of cosmic proportions? As I write this now, holed up in yet another anonymous motel room, I can hear footsteps in the hallway. Heavy, deliberate footsteps that don't sound entirely human. I don't know if I'll be able to finish this story, but I hope that someone, somewhere, will read this and understand the truth. The woods are not empty. The shadows are not just shadows. And if you hear a strange, gurgling sound in the night, run. Run and don't look back. Because the nightmare I stumbled upon in those Idaho woods, it's spreading, and none of us are safe. It's been 3 months since I last wrote. 3 months of running, hiding, and watching the world around me change in subtle, terrifying ways. The truth I uncovered has become a burden, a weight that threatens to crush me with each passing day. But I can't stay silent any longer. What I've seen, what I've learned, people need to know, even if it costs me everything. I'm back in Idaho now, in the very woods where this all began. It feels like a lifetime ago that I first encountered the creature here. But the fear is just as fresh, just as raw. I'm not alone this time. Ren, Theo, and Vivian are with me. We've formed a sort of ragtag team of truth seekers, each of us driven by our own encounters with the unexplainable. We're armed with cameras, scientific equipment, and a desperate hope that we can finally expose what's happening. But as we ventured deeper into the forest, we realized we might be in over our heads. The woods have changed. The trees seem wrong somehow, twisted in ways that defy nature. And the silence, it's oppressive, like the entire forest is holding its breath. We set up camp in a small clearing, our equipment forming a circle around us like some technological ward against the darkness. As night fell, we took turns keeping watch, our eyes straining against shadows. It was on the 3rd night that it happened, the attack we'd been both dreading and hoping for. It started with that familiar gurgling sound, but this time it wasn't alone. From every direction came a chorus of inhuman noises, clicks, whistles, and sounds I don't even have words for. They came out of the darkness like living nightmares, dozens of them, each more horrifying than the last. Some looked almost human, save for the extra limbs or misplaced features. Others were so alien, I felt my mind recoil at the sight of them. We fought. God, how we fought. Vivian's scream, as one of the creatures grabbed her, will haunt me for the rest of my days. Theo's desperate attempts to fend them off with a makeshift flamethrower were both heroic and futile. I saw Wren disappear into the darkness, pulled away by something I couldn't even begin to describe. Her last words to me were, "Tell the truth, Jethro, no matter what." In the chaos, I managed to grab our main camera and a backpack full of evidence. As I ran, the sounds of battle faded behind me, replaced by that awful, gurgling pursuit. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, and then I ran some more. Somehow, I made it back to civilization, but I knew it wasn't over. As I write this final entry, I'm preparing to release everything we've gathered to the public. Our videos, our research, this journal. All of it will be uploaded to every platform I can access. I don't know if it will make a difference. I don't know if people will believe it, or if they'll be able to do anything even if they do. But they need to know. They need to understand what's out there, what's coming. To anyone reading this, be vigilant. Be prepared. The world you think you know is a facade, and what lies beneath is more terrifying than you can imagine. And to Wren, Theo, and Vivian, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I couldn't save you. But I promise your sacrifices won't be in vain. The truth will come out. As for me, I don't expect to survive much longer. They're close now. I can hear them outside, their gurgling calls like a perverse lullaby. But I'm not afraid anymore. I've seen the face of true horror, and I've lived to tell the tale. Whatever comes next, I face it knowing that I've done everything I could to warn the world. If you're reading this, remember, the woods are not empty. The shadows are not just shadows. And the night is no longer ours. Stay safe. Stay vigilant. And whatever you do, don't go into the woods alone. This is Jethro Wade signing off for the last time. The truth is out there. And now, so are they. In the summer of 1995, I made a decision that would forever change the course of my life. My name is Ryland Garrett, and at 25 years old, I was already disillusioned with the fast-paced urban lifestyle of Seattle. The constant hum of traffic, the endless sea of faces rushing past on crowded sidewalks, and the suffocating pressure of corporate ambition had worn me down to my core. I'd spent the last 3 years working as a junior accountant at a large firm, crunching numbers in a cramped cubicle under flickering fluorescent lights. Each day blended into the next, a monotonous cycle that left me feeling hollow and unfulfilled. The breaking point came during a particularly grueling week of overtime, when I found myself staring out the office window at the distant silhouette of Mount Rainier. Something inside me snapped. Within a month, I'd quit my job, sold most of my possessions, and purchased a small plot of land deep in the Cascade Mountains. My coworkers thought I was having a quarter-life crisis. My parents were convinced I'd lost my mind, but for the first time in years, I felt alive. The property was remote, accessible only by a winding dirt road that became impassable during the harsh winter months. It came with a dilapidated cabin that that had seen better days, but I saw potential in its weathered logs and sagging roof. This would be my sanctuary, my escape from the world I'd grown to resent. As I stood on the overgrown lawn, surveying my new kingdom, I felt a mix of exhilaration and terror. The forest pressed in around me, ancient evergreens towering overhead, their branches whispering secrets in the mountain breeze. In the distance, I could hear the faint rushing of a stream, promising fresh water and the soothing sounds of nature. I spent that first summer renovating the cabin, learning as I went. My soft office worker hands grew calloused from swinging a hammer and sawing lumber. I installed solar panels for basic electricity, dug a well for water, and reinforced the structure against the elements. It was back-breaking work, but each blister and aching muscle felt like a badge of honor. As autumn approached, bringing with it a chill in the air and vibrant colors to the surrounding forest, I felt a growing sense of unease. The isolation that had initially felt liberating now took on a more sinister tone. The shadows between the trees seemed to deepen, and unfamiliar sounds echoed through the night. I told myself it was just my imagination, my mind adjusting to the profound quiet after years of constant urban noise. But there were moments when I could have sworn I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, only to find nothing there when I turned to look. One crisp October morning, I decided to hike deeper into the woods surrounding my property. I packed a small backpack with water, some trail mix, and a basic first aid kit. As an afterthought, I grabbed the hunting knife my father had given me as a graduation present years ago. I'd never had a use for it in the city, but out here, it seemed prudent to have some form of protection. The trail I followed was barely more than a game path, winding between moss-covered boulders and fallen logs. The air was thick with the earthy scent of decaying leaves and damp soil. Shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy overhead, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. About 2 miles in, I came across a small clearing. At its center stood a massive Douglas fir, its trunk easily 10 feet in diameter. As I approached, something caught my eye. Carved into the bark, weathered by time but still visible, was a crude symbol. It looked like a stick figure, but with an elongated head and far too many limbs. A chill ran down my spine as I traced the carving with my fingers. It felt old, far older than it had any right to be given its location in this remote wilderness. Who could have made this, and why? As if in answer to my unspoken question, a twig snapped somewhere behind me. I whirled around, heart pounding, but saw only the dense undergrowth of the forest. The peaceful atmosphere of moments ago had evaporated, replaced by a palpable sense of menace. I took a step back, then another, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow. The clearing suddenly felt exposed, vulnerable, without conscious thought. I found myself running back the way I'd come, branches whipping at my face as I crashed through the underbrush. I didn't stop until I reached the relative safety of my cabin, slamming the door behind me and leaning against it, gasping for breath. As my pulse slowly returned to normal, I tried to rationalize what had happened. It was probably just an animal, startled by my presence. The carving was likely made by some hiker, or maybe even a logging crew from years ago. But deep down, I knew I was lying to myself. Something was out there in those woods, something that didn't want to be found. And I had a sinking feeling that by coming here, by intruding on this ancient wilderness, I had set in motion events that I couldn't begin to comprehend. As darkness fell, I huddled by the fireplace, jumping at every creak of the cabin's timbers and every rustle of wind through the trees. Sleep, when it finally came, was filled with nightmares of twisted shapes, moving just beyond the edge of my vision, always retreating when I tried to focus on them. I awoke the next morning with a sense of resolve. I had come here to escape the mundane horrors of modern life, not to be cowed by shadows and superstition. I would face whatever was out there, be it natural or something else. Little did I know, this was only the beginning of a descent into terror that would challenge everything I thought I knew about reality and my place in it. The days following my unsettling experience in the clearing passed with an uneasy quiet. I threw myself into work around the cabin, chopping firewood, reinforcing the roof against the coming winter storms, and organizing my meager supplies. But no matter how I tried to occupy my mind, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was subtle at first, a rustle in the underbrush that didn't quite match the wind, the sensation of eyes on my back when I ventured out to check my solar panels. Once, I could have sworn I saw a dark shape move between the trees at the edge of my property. But when I blinked, it was gone. I began keeping my hunting knife close at hand, even inside the cabin. Sleep became fitful, punctuated by vivid dreams of running through endless dark forests, pursued by something I could never quite see. I'd wake in a cold sweat, heart pounding, only to lie awake, listening to the creaks and groans of the cabin settling. About a week after the incident, I decided I needed to get out. The isolation was clearly getting to me, and I figured a trip into the nearest town, a small logging community called Pinecrest, about 30 miles away, would do me good. I hadn't made the drive since settling in, and the idea of seeing other people, even briefly, was suddenly very appealing. The journey down the mountain was nerve-wracking. Recent rains had turned parts of the dirt road into a muddy mess, and my old pickup truck struggled in places. As I navigated a particularly treacherous bend, something darted across the road ahead of me. I slammed on the brakes, the truck fishtailing before coming to a stop. For a moment, all I could hear was the idling engine and my own ragged breathing. Then, slowly, I got out of the truck to investigate. The ground was soft, and there in the mud was a footprint, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was huge, easily twice the size of my own boot, with long, claw-like indentations at the tips of what I assumed were toes. But the shape was all wrong, too elongated, almost hand-like. I stared at it, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. There was no animal that could leave a print like this. As I stood there, paralyzed by a mixture of fear and disbelief, a low, rumbling growl echoed from the dense forest to my right. Every hair on my body stood on end. Slowly, I turned my head toward the sound. At first, I saw nothing but shadows between the trees. Then, a flicker of movement. Something large was moving just beyond my field of vision, circling around behind me. I dove back into the truck, gunning the engine and peeling out in a spray of mud and gravel. I didn't slow down until I reached the outskirts of Pinecrest, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The town was little more than a main street with a few shops, a diner, and a small general store. I parked in front of the diner, my hands shaking as I killed the engine. Inside, the few patrons barely glanced up as I entered, the bell above the door announcing my arrival. I slid into a booth, ordering coffee from a tired-looking waitress. As I waited, I overheard snippets of conversation from a nearby table. Two men, loggers by the look of them, were talking in low voices. Third one this month. Fish and Wildlife say it's just a bear, but I ain't never seen no bear do that to a man. Hush up, Vern. You want people thinking you're crazy. Ain't nothing in them woods, but what's always been there. That's what I'm afraid of, the first man muttered, before both of them noticed me listening and fell silent. I wanted to ask them what they were talking about, but something held me back. Instead, I quickly finished my coffee, picked up some supplies at the general store, and headed back to my cabin. The entire drive, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was making a terrible mistake. As I unloaded my groceries, the sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant reds and golds. It would have been beautiful if not for the gnawing dread in the pit of my stomach. I was just about to head inside when I noticed something out of place. There, nailed to one of the porch support beams, was a small bundle of twigs and leaves. It was intricately woven, forming a shape similar to the symbol I'd seen carved into the tree in the clearing. Hanging from the center was a small bleached animal bone. I stared at it, my blood running cold. I hadn't left the cabin unattended for more than a few hours. Whatever had placed this here had done so recently, and wanted me to know it. With trembling hands, I tore the thing down, flinging it into the woods. I rushed inside, double-checking every lock and window. As darkness fell, I huddled in the main room, my knife in one hand and a hastily improvised club in the other. That night, as a storm raged outside, I heard scratching at the walls and heavy footsteps on the porch. Occasionally, a sound that might have been a howl or a scream would rise rise above the wind, sending shivers down my spine. By morning, exhausted and on edge, I knew I couldn't stay here. Whatever was out there, it was closing in. I had to leave, to get help, to warn someone. But as I looked out the window at the mud-choked road, I realized with growing horror that I might already be too late. The trees at the edge of my property seemed to press closer, their branches reaching like gnarled fingers toward the cabin. And there, half hidden in the morning mist, I saw a figure, tall, unnaturally thin, with limbs that bent at odd angles. It stood motionless, watching. I blinked, and it was gone, but I knew it was still out there, waiting, and I knew that when night fell again, it would come for me. As the day wore on, my panic grew. I paced the confines of the cabin, alternating between frantically planning my escape and paralyzed indecision. The road was likely impassable after the storm, and even if I could make it out, where would I go? Who would believe me? I tried the emergency radio I'd bought as a precaution, but all I got was static. Whether it was the weather or something more sinister interfering, I was cut off from the outside world. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the yard, I made my decision. I couldn't stay here, waiting for whatever was out there to come for me. I had to move, to try and make it to town, or at least to find help. I packed a backpack with essentials, water, some food, a flashlight, and my hunting knife. As an afterthought, I grabbed an old baseball bat from beside the door. It wasn't much, but it made me feel a little less helpless. Just as I was about to leave, I heard it. A low, rhythmic thumping like footsteps, but off, somehow, too heavy, too deliberate. It was coming from the woods, getting closer. Heart pounding, I peered out the window. The mist had thickened, obscuring much of the yard. But there, at the tree line, I saw movement. Shadows shifting in impossible ways, bending and twisting as they approached. I bolted out the back door, not daring to look behind me as I plunged into the forest. The undergrowth tore at my clothes, branches whipping my face as I ran blindly through the gathering darkness. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that nightmarish flight. The forest around me grew denser, the trees pressing in, their gnarled branches reaching out like claws trying to snag me. Eventually, gasping for breath, I stumbled into a small clearing. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, illuminating a scene that stopped me in my tracks. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of stones, each one carved with symbols similar to what I'd seen before. But it was what lay within the circle that turned my blood to ice. Bones, hundreds of them, bleached white by time and the elements. Most were animal remains, but mixed among them were unmistakably human skulls, jaws frozen in silent screams. As I stood there, trying to process what I was seeing, I heard it again, that rhythmic thumping closer now, much closer. I spun around, raising my bat, ready to face whatever horror had been pursuing me. but nothing could have prepared me for what emerged from the shadows. It was tall, easily 8 feet, with limbs that bent at unnatural angles. Its body was emaciated, skin stretched tight over an almost skeletal frame, but its face got its face. Elongated like a wolf's snout, but with human-like features distorted into a nightmarish parody. Eyes that glowed with an otherworldly intelligence fixed on me with predatory focus. I stood frozen, my mind reeling, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. This thing, this creature, it shouldn't exist. It violated every law of nature I knew. It took a step forward, and I finally found my voice. I screamed, a primal sound of terror that echoed through the clearing. The creature's mouth opened, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, and it answered with a howl that shook me to my very core. I turned to run, but my foot caught on a root and I went down hard. Pain shot through my ankle as I scrambled to get up. The creature was upon me in an instant, its clawed hand reaching for my throat. In desperation, I swung the bat with all my strength. It connected with a sickening crunch, and the creature reeled back, more in surprise than pain, taking advantage of its momentary distraction. I lurched to my feet and ran, ignoring the stabbing pain in my ankle. Behind me, I could hear the creature recovering, its inhuman howl piercing the night. I ran without direction, branches and thorns tearing at my skin, my lungs burning with each gasping breath. The sounds of pursuit grew closer, the creature moving through the forest with an ease that defied its size. Just as I felt my strength giving out, I saw a glimmer of hope. Ahead, barely visible through the trees, was the flicker of firelight, a campsite, or maybe a cabin. Someone else was out here. With renewed energy, I sprinted toward the light. Behind me, I could hear the creature crashing through the underbrush, gaining ground with each passing second. As I burst through the tree line, I saw a small cabin, light spilling from its windows. Without hesitation, I ran for the door, pounding on it with desperate intensity. "Help!" I screamed, my voice hoarse with terror. "Please let me in." The door flew open, and I tumbled inside, collapsing onto the floor. As I looked up, gasping for breath, I found myself staring into the weathered face of an old man holding a shotgun. "What in God's name?" he started to say, but his words were cut short by an ear-splitting howl from just outside. The old man's eyes widened in recognition and fear. Without a word, he slammed the door shut, throwing the bolt just as something heavy crashed against it. As the cabin shook with the force of the creature's assault, the old man helped me to my feet, his expression grim. "You've stirred up something ancient and angry, boy," he said, his voice barely audible over the sounds of splintering wood. "And I'm afraid it won't stop until it's finished what it started." The door creaked ominously, the hinges starting to give way. As we backed away, the old man raised his shotgun, a look of grim determination on his face. "Get ready," he said. The real fight's about to begin. The old man's cabin shuddered under the relentless assault. Each impact sent tremors through the floorboards, dust raining down from the rafters. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline overriding the pain in my ankle. "Name's Everett," the old man shouted over the cacophony. "Help me with this." He was already shoving a heavy bookcase toward the door. I joined him, throwing my weight against the solid oak. Together, we managed to wedge it in front of the entrance, just as the hinges gave way with a shriek of tearing metal. The door slammed against the bookcase, held in place by our makeshift barricade, but bowing inward with each tremendous blow. Through the widening gaps, I caught glimpses of elongated limbs and wickedly curved claws. "What is that thing?" I gasped, my voice shaking. Everett's weathered face was grim in the flickering lamplight. "Something that shouldn't exist," he muttered. "Something old, hungry." He tossed me his shotgun, the weight of it unfamiliar and terrifying in my hands. From a trunk near his bed, he pulled out an ancient-looking rifle, its wooden stock polished by years of use. "You know how to use that?" he asked. I shook my head, panic rising eye, and my throat. "Point and shoot," Everett said flatly, "and pray." The window to our left exploded inward in a shower of glass and splintered wood. A grotesque, elongated arm snaked through the opening, blindly grasping. Without hesitation, Everett raised his rifle and fired. The report was deafening in the confined space. The creature withdrew with an unearthly shriek. For a moment, silence fell, broken only by our ragged breathing and the crackle of the dying fire. "Did you kill it?" I whispered. Everett shook his head. "Not likely, hurt it maybe. But these things, they don't die easy." As if to prove his point, an enraged howl split the night. The attacks on the cabin resumed with renewed fury, the whole structure groaning under the onslaught. "We can't stay here," I said, the realization sinking in. "This place won't hold." "Ain't got much choice, boy," Everett replied grimly. "Out there we're prey. In here, we at least got a fighting chance." A massive clawed hand punched through the roof, ripping away shingles and support beams like they were paper. Everett fired again, the bullet tearing through the creature's palm. It withdrew, but the damage was done. A gaping hole now yawned above us, the night sky visible through the jagged opening. Rain began to pour in, soaking us and turning the cabin floor treacherous. The fireplace sputtered and died, plunging us into near darkness, broken only by intermittent flashes of lightning. In that stuttering illumination, I saw the full horror of our attacker for the first time. It crouched on the roof, its misshapen body silhouetted against the storm-racked sky. Its eyes glowed with a hellish light, fixed on us with predatory intensity. "The cellar," Everett shouted, gesturing to a trapdoor half hidden under a rug. "Go." I didn't need to be told twice. I yanked the trapdoor open and half climbed, half fell down the ladder into the musty darkness below. Everett followed, pausing at the top to fire one last shot before slamming the trapdoor shut. We huddled in the dank cellar, listening to sounds of destruction above. The creature's frustrated howls mingled with the crash of shattering furniture and collapsing timbers. "What do we do now?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Everett struck a match, illuminating his grim features. "We wait," he said, "and we plan. Because come dawn, we either find a way to end this thing or it ends us." As the long night wore on, punctuated by the sounds of the creature's relentless search, Everett began to tell me a story of ancient tribal legends, of things that walked the deep forests long before humans arrived, of a darkness that slumbered beneath the mountains, awakening only to hunt. And as I listened, I realized that my simple dream of escaping to the wilderness had led me into a nightmare beyond imagining. A nightmare that, if we survived until morning, I would have to find a way to end. The cellar was a cramped space filled with the musty scent of earth and old timber. As we huddled in the darkness, the sounds of destruction continued above us, each crash and thud sending a shower of dust raining down from the ceiling. Everett's face was grim in the flickering light of the kerosene lamp he'd found. "Might as well get comfortable," he muttered. "It'll be a long night." I nodded, trying to ignore the trembling in my hands as I clutched the unfamiliar weight of the shotgun. "You said you know what that thing is," I ventured. "How?" The old man was silent for a long moment, his eyes distant. When he spoke, his voice was low, almost reverent. "My grandfather was Yakama," he began. "Grew up on the reservation, learning the old ways, the old stories. He used to tell me tales that would curdle your blood." A particularly loud crash from above made us both flinch. Everett continued, his words coming faster now, as if he needed to get them out before it was too late. The tribes that lived in these mountains, they knew about the dark things that dwelled in the deep forests. They had names for them, rituals to keep them at bay. But when the white settlers came, they didn't listen, didn't believe. I leaned in, hanging on every word. "What are they?" Everett shook his head. "No one knows for sure. Some say they're spirits of the land angry at the encroachment of mankind. Others believe there's something older, something that was here long before humans walked the earth. The Yakama called them stick Indians, but that name doesn't do justice to the horror of what they really are." He paused, taking a swig from a flask he produced from his pocket. He offered it to me, and I accepted gratefully. The burn of cheap whiskey, a welcome distraction from our dire situation. Whatever they are, they hunt. Not just for food, but for sport, I guess you'd call it. They're intelligent, cunning. They like to play with their prey before they kill. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the strange occurrences leading up to this night. The feeling of being watched, Ed, the strange symbols, the bundle left on my porch. It's been stalking me, I realized aloud, for weeks. Everett nodded grimly. "That's That's their way. They choose a victim, isolate them, drive them to the brink of madness before they strike. You're lucky you made it this far. Lucky, I repeated bitterly. Is that what you call this? The old man's eyes hardened. You're alive, ain't you? That's more than can be said for most who catch their attention. I was about to respond when a new sound caught our attention. Scratching, faint but persistent, coming from the trapdoor above. We froze, hardly daring to breathe. The scratching continued, followed by a low, guttural sound that might have been speech, but was like no language I'd ever heard. It's trying to get in, I whispered, panic rising in my throat. Everett raised his rifle, aiming at the cellar entrance. If it does, we'll be ready. But the scratching stopped as suddenly as it had begun. An eerie silence fell, broken only by the faint patter of rain and our own ragged breathing. Minutes stretched into hours. We took turns watching the trapdoor, neither of us willing to let our guard down. As the first faint light of dawn began to filter through the cracks in the cellar walls, Everett finally spoke again. We can't stay here forever, he said. Sooner or later we'll have to face it. I nodded, exhaustion and fear warring within me. How do we kill it? Everett's expression was grim. That's the thing, boy. I don't know if we can, but I might know someone who does. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. On it was a crude map, with a location marked deep in the wilderness. My grandfather told me about a place, Everett explained, a sacred site where the old shamans used to commune with the spirits. If there's any hope of stopping this thing, we'll find it there. I stared at the map, a mix of hope and dread filling me. How far? 2 days hard travel, if we're lucky. And that's assuming our friend up there doesn't catch up with us first. As if on cue, a low, mournful howl echoed from somewhere outside. It was further away now, but still too close for comfort. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. When do we leave? Everett's weathered face broke into a grim smile. Now's as good a time as any. Ready for this, boy? I wasn't, not really, but I nodded anyway. Let's go. As we cautiously emerged from the cellar into the ruined remains of the cabin, the first rays of sunlight were just beginning to pierce the forest canopy. The creature was nowhere to be seen, but its presence lingered in the claw marks gouged into the walls, and the lingering scent of something feral and wrong. We gathered what supplies we could salvage and set out into the wilderness, leaving behind the relative safety of Everett's homestead. As we pushed deeper into the untamed forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that every shadow might conceal our relentless pursuer. Our journey had only just begun, and I knew that the horrors we'd faced so far were only a prelude to what lay ahead. But with Everett's knowledge and my desperate will to survive, I clung to the hope that we might find a way to end this nightmare once and for all. The forest seemed to close in around us as we pushed deeper into the wilderness. Everett led the way, his movements surprisingly spry for a man his age. I followed close behind, constantly glancing over my shoulder, unable to shake the feeling that we were being stalked. The day was overcast, a gloomy twilight persisting beneath the dense canopy. Every snapping twig or rustle of leaves sent my heart racing. More than once, I caught glimpse of something moving just at the edge of my vision, only to find nothing there when I turned to look. "Keep your wits about you," Everett growled, noticing my jumpiness. Fear's as much a weapon to these things as their claws. We paused briefly at midday to rest and eat. Everett pulled out a worn topographic map, tracing our route with a gnarled finger. "We're here," he said, tapping a spot deep in the backcountry. "The site we're looking for is about 15 miles northeast, up in those hills." He pointed to a series of jagged contour lines. "Rough country. It'll slow us down, but it might slow that thing down too." I nodded, trying to ignore the ache in my muscles and the throbbing of my injured ankle. "What exactly are we looking for when we get there?" Everett's face grew somber. "Truth is, I'm not entirely sure. My grandfather spoke of a cave marked with ancient symbols. Said it was a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where one could speak to the spirits if they knew how. And you think we'll find a way to stop this creature there?" The old man shrugged. "It's our best shot, unless you've got a better idea." I didn't, so we pressed on. The terrain grew steadily more challenging as we ascended into the hills. Sheer rock faces and dense thickets of underbrush forced us to take winding detours. By late afternoon, dark clouds had rolled in, and a steady drizzle began to fall. As dusk approached, Everett called a halt. "We need to make camp," he said, gesturing to a small clearing nestled between two large boulders. "It's not safe to move at night, not with that thing out there." We set about gathering firewood and creating a rudimentary shelter with a tarp Everett had brought. As full darkness fell, we huddled around a small fire, its flickering light barely holding the encroaching shadows at bay. The night was alive with sounds: the hoot of an owl, the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. But underneath it all was a deeper silence, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. "Tell me more about these stick Indians," I said, partly out of curiosity, partly to distract myself from the oppressive darkness. "You said they're intelligent. How intelligent?" Everett poked at the fire with a stick, his face grave in the dancing light. "Smart enough to plan, to strategize. They don't just hunt by instinct. They study their prey, learn their weaknesses. Some of the old stories say they can even mimic human speech, lure people in by calling out in the voices of loved ones." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the damp night air. "How do you fight something like that?" The old man was quiet for a long moment. With difficulty, he finally said, "The old shamans had ways, rituals, ceremonies, but that knowledge has been lost, or nearly so. That's why we need to find this sacred site, It might be our only chance. As if in response to his words, a long, mournful howl echoed through the night. It was distant, but unmistakable. The creature was still out there, still hunting us. We took turns keeping watch through the long night. Sleep, when it came, was fitful and filled with nightmares. I dreamed of running through endless dark forests, always pursued, never escaping. Dawn broke gray and misty. We broke camp quickly, eager to put more distance between us and our relentless pursuer. As we set out, Everett paused, frowning at something on the ground. "What is it?" I asked, dread pooling in my stomach. He pointed to a series of deep gouges in the soft earth, tracks, fresh ones. It passed by in the night, not more than 100 yards from our camp. I stared at the marks, my blood running cold. The creature had been that close, and we hadn't even known it. Why didn't it attack? I whispered. Everett's expression was grim. It's toying with us, letting us know it could have struck, but chose not to. Like I said, these things are smart. They enjoy the hunt as much as the kill. We moved on, our pace quicker now, driven by a new sense of urgency. The day passed in a blur of aching muscles and frayed nerves. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every sound a potential attack. As the light began to fade, Everett suddenly held up a hand, signaling for silence. At first, I heard nothing. Then faintly, the sound of running water reached my ears. "The river," Everett said. "We're close now. The site should be just beyond it." We pushed through a dense thicket and emerged on the banks of a fast-moving stream. The water churned white over moss-covered rocks, the roar drowning out all other sounds. Everett pointed to the far bank, where the ground rose sharply into craggy cliffs. "Up there, that's where we need to go." As we surveyed the rushing water, trying to find the best place to cross, a blood-curdling shriek split the air. It came from behind us, close, too close. "Run," Everett yelled, shoving me toward the river. We plunged into the icy current, fighting against the powerful flow. Behind us, I heard the crash of underbrush as something large burst from the forest. Halfway across, I chanced to look back. There, at the edge of the trees, stood our pursuer. Its elongated limbs and distorted features were even more terrifying in the fading daylight. It paced the shoreline, those glowing eyes fixed on us with predatory intensity. For a moment, I thought it would follow us into the water, but it held back, letting out another ear-splitting howl of frustration. We scrambled up the far bank, soaked and gasping. Why didn't it follow? I panted. Everett shook his head, water streaming from his beard. Don't know. Maybe it can't cross running water. Or maybe he trailed off, looking up at the cliffs looming above us. Maybe it knows where we're heading. And it's afraid. As night fell in earnest, we began our ascent into the rocky heights. The creature's howls echoed behind us, spurring us on. Whatever answers awaited us at the sacred site, I knew we were running out of time to find them. The ascent was grueling. In the darkness, every handhold was a gamble, every step a potential disaster. Everett moved with surprising agility, finding paths I would have missed. The creature's howls grew more distant as we climbed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still out there, watching, wah-itting. After what felt like hours, Everett called a halt. We had reached a narrow ledge, barely wide enough to sit on. As we caught our breath, I saw why we had stopped. There, carved into the rock face, were symbols similar to those I had seen in the forest. They glowed faintly in the moonlight, pulsing with an otherworldly energy. "We're close," Everett whispered, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and fear. "The entrance should be just ahead." We inched along the ledge, the drop to our left seeming to grow with each step. Finally, the cliff face opened up into a dark maw, the cave entrance. As we approached, I felt a change in the air, a heaviness that pressed against my skin. The cave mouth was ringed with more symbols, these ones seeming to writhe and shift as I looked at them. Everett pulled out a flashlight, its beam barely penetrating the inky blackness within. "Stay close," he warned, "and whatever you do, don't touch anything." We entered the cave, the temperature dropping noticeably. Our footsteps echoed unnaturally, as if the space was much larger than it appeared. The beam of the flashlight revealed more symbols on the walls, floor, and ceiling, forming intricate patterns that hurt my eyes to look at directly. As we ventured deeper, the cave opened up into a vast chamber. In the center stood a stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I desperately hoped wasn't blood. Surrounding it were standing stones, each easily twice my height, covered in more of those mind-bending symbols. Everett approached the altar cautiously, his face pale in the flashlight's glow. "This is it," he murmured, "the place where the old shamans communed with the spirits." I was about to ask what we were supposed to do now, when a gust of wind extinguished our light. In the sudden darkness, I heard Everett cry out in surprise, then silence. "Everett," I called, my voice swallowed by the vast space. No response. Panic rising, I fumbled for my own flashlight. As I switched it on, the beam fell on a sight that turned my blood to ice. There, standing between me and the altar, was the creature. But it was different now, more solid, more real somehow. Its eyes blazed with an inner fire, and when it spoke, its voice was like grinding stones. "You should not have come to this place, little one," it growled. "Your kind are not welcome here." I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. What are you?" I managed to choke out. The creature's mouth split in a grotesque approximation of a smile. "We are the old ones, the guardians, the keepers of balance. And you, little human, have upset that balance." It took a step toward me, its claws scraping against the stone floor. "Your people have forgotten the old ways, forgotten the respect owed to the wild places. You cut down our forests, pollute our streams, drive away the creatures under our protection. And so we hunt. We remind you of your place in the natural order. I pressed myself against the cave wall, searching desperately for some way out. "Where's Everett?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice from shaking. The creature tilted its head, an almost curious gesture. "The old one. He is elsewhere. His bloodline remembers even if he has forgotten. He may yet survive this night." It was nearly upon me now, its fetid breath hot on my face. "But you, little one, you came here seeking answers. Are you prepared for the price those answers demand?" In that moment, facing the embodiment of primal terror, something shifted within me. Fear gave way to a clarity I had never known. I straightened, meeting the creature's burning gaze. "I am," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. The creature's eyes narrowed, and for a moment I thought I saw something like respect in their depths. It reached out a clawed hand, pressing it against my forehead. "Then see," it growled, "see what your kind has forgotten." The world exploded into light and sound. I saw forests stretching to the horizon, untouched by human hands. I saw ancient tribes living in harmony with the land, honoring the old ways. And I saw the guardians, creatures of myth and nightmare, watching over it all. Then the visions changed. I saw the coming of civilization, the destruction of the wild places, the forgetting of the old ways. I felt the guardians' anger, their sorrow, their determination to remind humanity of its place in the grand tapestry of nature. When the visions faded, I found myself on my knees, gasping for breath. The creature stood over me, its expression unreadable. "Now you understand," it said, "the hunt, the fear. They are necessary. They are the price of your kind's forgetfulness." I looked up at it, seeing it now not just as a monster, but as something far more complex. "What happens now?" I asked. The creature's form seemed to shimmer, becoming less solid. "That little one is up to you. You carry the knowledge now. Use it wisely." With that, it was gone, leaving me alone in the vast, silent chamber. As I struggled to my feet, still reeling from what I had experienced, I heard a groan from the far side of the room. Everett emerged from the shadows, looking shaken but unharmed. We left the cave in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The descent was easier than the climb had been, as if the mountain itself was helping us on our way. By the time we reached the bottom, dawn was breaking. As we stood at the edge of the forest, I turned to Everett. "What do we do now?" The old man's eyes were distant, filled with a mixture of wonder and sadness. "We remember," he said simply, "and we teach others to remember." I nodded, understanding now the weight of the knowledge we carried. As we set off toward home, I knew that my life would never be the same. The wilderness had shown me its true face, terrible and beautiful in equal measure, and I knew that I would spend the rest of my days trying to bridge the gap between the world of men and the wild places where the old ones still walked. The forest seemed different now, alive in a way I had never noticed before, and as we walked, I could have sworn I heard a distant howl, not of hunger or rage, but of acknowledgement, a reminder that we were guests in a realm far older and stranger than we had ever imagined. The journey back to civilization was a blur of exhaustion and contemplation. Everett and I barely spoke, each of us grappling with the weight of what we'd experienced. The forest, once a source of terror, now felt different. Not exactly welcoming, but no longer overtly hostile. It was as if we had passed some unspoken test and been granted a measure of acceptance. As we neared the outskirts of Pinecrest, I broke the silence. "What will you tell people?" Everett's weathered face creased in a wry smile. "The truth. They'd lock us up and throw away the key. No, some truths aren't meant for everyone. But that doesn't mean we can't make a difference." He was right, of course. Who would believe our tale of ancient guardians and forgotten pacts with nature? But the knowledge we carried, the understanding we'd gained, that could be shared in other ways. We parted ways at the edge of town, Everett returning to his cabin to set some things in order, as he put it. I made my way back to my own property, half expecting to find it destroyed. But the cabin stood untouched, as if the events of the past few days had been nothing but a fever dream. Over the following weeks, I threw myself into research. I pored over old tribal legends, environmental reports, anything that might help me understand the delicate balance between humanity and the wild places. I reached out to conservation groups, offering my time and newfound passion for preserving the forests. Everett and I stayed in touch, meeting regularly to discuss our experiences and plan for the future. He introduced me to members of the local tribal community, elders who listened to our story with knowing eyes and solemn nods. They shared their own tales, their own encounters with the unexplainable, and I realized that the knowledge of the guardians had never truly been lost, merely forgotten by those who needed it most. As months passed, I found myself changing. I looked at the world differently now, saw the hidden connections between all living things. I spoke at local schools about the importance of respecting nature, organized cleanup efforts in the national forests, and worked to bridge the gap between the old ways and the new. There were nights when I'd wake in a cold sweat, the memory of glowing eyes and razor-sharp claws still fresh in my mind. But those moments became less frequent as time went on. The fear was replaced by a deep reverence for the wild and a determination to protect it. One crisp autumn evening, almost a year to the day since our encounter in the sacred cave, Everett and I sat on my porch, watching the sun set over the mountains. The old man turned to me, his eyes twinkling with a mixture of mischief and wisdom. "You know," he said, "my grandfather used to say that once you've seen behind the veil, you can never truly unsee it. But that's not a curse, it's a gift. We're the bridge now between two worlds. It's a heavy responsibility, but a necessary one." I nodded, understanding the truth of his words. We sat in companionable silence as darkness fell, the forest coming alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures. And there, just at the edge of hearing, I caught the faint echo of a howl, not a threat, but a reminder. A call to remember, to respect, to protect. As I looked out at the deepening shadows, I felt a profound sense of peace. The nightmare that had brought me to this point had transformed into a calling. The wilderness that had once terrified me now felt like home. And I knew that I would spend the rest of my days honoring the pact I had made in that ancient cave. The guardians were still out there, watching and waiting. And as long as there were those who remembered the old ways, who fought to preserve balance between man and nature, they would remain sentinels rather than hunters. It was a delicate equilibrium, but one worth fighting for. As the last light faded from the sky, I whispered a quiet thanks to the forest and all its hidden wonders. The journey that had begun in terror had led me to a deeper understanding of my place in the world. And though I knew there would be challenges ahead, I was ready to face them, armed with the wisdom of the ancient guardians and the strength of those who remembered. The year was 1995, and I'd been living off the grid near Bighorn National Forest for the better part of 5 years. My name's Everett Green, and back then I thought I had it all figured out. No power lines, no neighbors, no interruptions. Just me, my cabin, and the vast Wyoming wilderness stretching out in every direction. A quiet life if you ignored the wildlife. But that's half the charm, right? I built my own cabin on a small plot of land surrounded by dense woods, with a nearby stream for water and enough land to grow what I needed. The cabin itself wasn't much to look at. Just a simple 2-room structure made of rough-hewn logs and a tin roof that rang like a bell during rainstorms. But it was mine, every imperfect inch of it. I wasn't trying to hide from the world, not really. I just didn't fit in with it anymore. For years, I'd been a contractor in Casper, building houses for other people to live their lives in. Good money, sure, but it took a toll. Too many jobs, too many people complaining about insignificant problems like their faucets leaking, or a tile being half a shade off. One day, I just snapped, told my last client where they could shove their marble countertops, and walked off the job. 2 weeks later, I was out here, miles from the nearest paved road, starting my new life. The transition wasn't easy. Those first few months were a crash course in survival, learning to hunt, to preserve food, to weather the Wyoming winters without the comforts of central heating. But I adapted. Had to, really. Out here, adaptation isn't just a skill, it's a necessity. My days fell into a routine. Wake up at dawn, check the traps I'd set the night before, tend to my small vegetable garden, repair whatever needed fixing on the cabin. Nights were for reading by lamplight, old paperbacks I'd brought with me, worn and dog-eared from multiple rereads. It wasn't an exciting life by most standards, but it was mine. And for a long time, that was enough. But living off the grid sounds peaceful until it isn't. And on that particular night, in late September of '95, I was reminded why people are better off in their homes, locked behind doors, with streetlights shining on their streets. The day had started like any other. I'd woken up with the sun, made a pot of coffee on my old propane stove, and headed out to check my snares. The air was crisp, carrying the first hints of the coming autumn. Leaves were just starting to turn, splashes of red and gold among the green. It was the kind of morning that reminded me why I'd chosen this life. I'd caught a couple of rabbits, enough for a decent stew. As I made my way back to the cabin, I noticed something odd. The woods seemed quieter than usual. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Just an eerie stillness that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I told myself I was being paranoid. 5 years of solitude will do that to a man, make him see threats and shadows. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Back at the cabin, I busied myself with the day's chores, trying to ignore the unease gnawing at the pit of my stomach. I cleaned the rabbits, started a stew simmering on the stove, and did some much-needed repairs on my roof. By the time evening rolled around, I'd almost convinced myself that everything was normal as the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and purple. I sat on my porch, nursing a lukewarm beer, and contemplating heading out to check my traps one last time before turning in for the night. That's when I heard it. A sound that would change everything. It was distant at first, like a faint rustle in the trees. Now, normally, that wouldn't bother me. Critters roam around all the time out here. Rabbits, deer, the occasional elk. But this was different. The sound grew closer, heavier, not like the scurry of paws, but the deliberate thud of something large moving through the underbrush. I set my beer down, every muscle in my body tensing. In that moment, I realized something that would haunt me for years to come. I'd never thought the middle of nowhere could feel so crowded. I grabbed my flashlight, more out of curiosity than concern. I wasn't armed at the time, which, looking back, was a stupid choice. But my rifle was in the shed, and I hadn't felt the need to carry it around with me inside my own cabin. Stupid, right? When I stepped off the porch, the cool night air hit me and the noise had stopped. There was nothing but the wind and the creaking of the trees around me. I swept the beam of my flashlight across the tree line, half expecting to see a pair of eyes reflecting back at me. But there was nothing. I almost wrote it off as just a bear or maybe a moose wandering too close. Almost. But then I saw it. At first, it was just a shadow moving between the trees. Something big, but too quick for me to catch a solid glimpse. "All right, Everett," I muttered to myself, half laughing at my nerves. "You've been out here too long." I should have gone back inside, should have locked the door, grabbed my rifle, and waited for whatever it was to move on. But 5 years of isolation does strange things to a man's mind. There was a sort of thrill in the unknown, maybe something to break the monotony of my self-imposed exile. So instead of retreating to the safety of my cabin, I stepped forward, moving toward the tree line where I'd last seen the shadow. With each step, the feeling of wrongness grew stronger, but I pushed it aside. I was Everett Green, the man who tamed this wilderness. What did I have to fear? As I got closer, my gut twisted. The smell hit me first, a rancid, sour stench, like rotting meat left out in the sun for days. I covered my nose with my sleeve and continued forward, my curiosity now warring with a growing sense of dread. The flashlight beam cut through the dark, illuminating the gnarled trees and the thick underbrush. But I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. I took a few more steps, dry leaves crunching under my boots. That's when I heard it, a low, throaty snarl that made my blood run cold. It wasn't a bear. I'd heard bears before, and they're more guttural. No, this was something else, something worse. Before I could react, before I could even think about running, the thing burst from the bushes to my right. It moved faster than anything that size had any right to, a blur of matted fur and flashing teeth. I caught only a brief look, but it was enough to haunt my nightmares for years to come. Long limbs covered in matted fur, like a wolf or maybe a coyote, but much, much bigger. Its body was twisted, almost malformed, and its mouth opened in a grotesque way, showing teeth too large for its snout. I stumbled back, falling hard on my back, the flashlight flying from my hand. The beam spun crazily, offering terrifying glimpses of the creature as it lunged toward me. Instinctively, I rolled to the side, scrambling to get my feet under me. I sprinted back toward the cabin, heart pounding in my chest, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I could hear it behind me, crashing through the undergrowth, gaining ground with each passing second. I barely made it inside before I slammed the door shut, locking it behind me. My hands shook as I fumbled with the deadbolt, acutely aware of how flimsy the wooden door suddenly seemed. I backed away, eyes darting to the small window near the door, expecting to see the thing clawing at the wood any second. But there was nothing, just silence. I should have felt relieved, but the stench was still there, lingering in the air, almost suffocating. I grabbed the rifle off the wall, hands trembling as I loaded a few shells into it. If whatever that thing was came through the door, I wasn't going down without a fight. Minutes passed. Then, what felt like hours. I waited, listening, barely breathing. But the cabin remained eerily quiet. Outside, the woods had fallen silent, as if every living thing was holding its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. As the adrenaline began to wear off, doubt started to creep in. Had I really seen what I thought I saw? Or had 5 years of isolation finally taken their toll, causing me to conjure monsters out of shadows? I lowered the rifle, my arms aching from holding it at the ready for so long. Maybe I'd overreacted. Maybe it was just a bear, and my mind had blown it out of proportion. But even as I tried to rationalize it, I knew deep down that what I'd seen wasn't natural, wasn't normal. I moved to the window, peering out into the darkness. The woods looked the same as they always had, bathed in moonlight, the trees casting long shadows across the clearing. But something had changed. The wilderness that had been my refuge, my escape from the world, now felt hostile, threatening. For the first time in years, I felt truly alone, and as I settled in for a long, sleepless night, one thought kept running through my mind. I should have left when I had the chance. But of course, hindsight's always 20/20. The night passed without further incident, but sleep eluded me. I sat in my rickety old armchair, rifle across my lap, eyes fixed on the door. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of wind through the trees outside, set my nerves on edge. By the time dawn broke, painting the sky in pale pinks and golds, I was exhausted but wired, running on nothing but adrenaline and stale coffee. As sunlight filtered through the grimy windows, the events of the previous night began to feel almost dreamlike. Had I really seen what I thought I saw? Or had the isolation finally gotten to me, causing me to conjure monsters out of shadows and wind? I needed answers. And more than that, I needed to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind. So I made a decision that, in hindsight, was probably the stupidest thing I've ever done. I decided to go back out there to track whatever it was I'd seen. First things first, though, I needed to prepare. Living off the grid had taught me the value of planning, of never venturing into the wilderness without the right gear and knowledge. I spent the morning gathering supplies, my trusty hunting knife, a first aid kit, water purification tablets, some dried meat, and fruit for sustenance. I loaded extra shells into my rifle and strapped it across my back. As I prepared, I tried to recall everything I knew about the local wildlife. Bears were common in these parts, as were mountain lions. But what I'd seen last night, it didn't fit either of those. It had been bigger, more wrong somehow. I shook my head, trying to clear the image from my mind. There had to be a logical explanation. There always was. I pulled out an old topographical map of the area, spreading it across my kitchen table. My cabin was marked with a small X in red ink, a lonely dot in a sea of green. I traced possible routes with my finger, trying to determine the most likely path the creature might have taken. There was an old game trail about a half-mile east of my cabin. It wound its way deeper into the forest, eventually leading to a series of caves in the foothills. If I were a large predator looking for a den, that's where I'd go. Decision made. I folded the map and tucked it into my pack. The sun was high in the sky by the time I stepped out onto my porch, squinting against the bright light. The forest looked different in the daylight, less menacing, more familiar. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The birds were singing, small animals scurrying through the underbrush, but there was an undercurrent of tension, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. I adjusted the straps of my backpack and set off towards the game trail, my boots crunching on the dried leaves and twigs that carpeted the forest floor. The air was crisp, carrying the first hints of autumn. Under different circumstances, it would have been a beautiful day for a hike. As I walked, I kept my eyes peeled for any signs of the creature's passage. Broken branches, tufts of fur caught on thorns, anything out of the ordinary, but the forest seemed undisturbed. If something large had come through here last night, it had done so without leaving a trace. About a mile in, I came across a small clearing. The grass was flattened in a large circular pattern, as if something heavy had lain there recently. I crouched down, running my hand over the crushed vegetation. The grass was still slightly warm, despite the cool air. A twig snapped somewhere to my left, and I whirled around, rifle at the ready. But there was nothing there, just trees and shadows. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. "Get it together, Everett," I muttered to myself. "You're jumping at shadows." But as I turned to continue on, something caught my eye. There, at the edge of the clearing, half hidden by a fallen log, was a footprint. Or at least I thought it was a footprint. It was larger than any print I'd ever seen, easily twice the size of my own boot. The shape was all wrong, too, elongated, with what looked like claw marks at tips of the toes. I felt a chill run down my spine as I stared at the print. Whatever had made this, it wasn't natural, wasn't normal. For the first time since I'd set out that morning, I began to seriously question the wisdom of my decision. But I'd come too far to turn back now. I took a photo of the print with my old Polaroid camera, proof that I wasn't imagining things, and continued on, following the faint trail of disturbed vegetation and occasional odd prints. The trail led me deeper into the forest, to areas I'd never explored before. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwining overhead to create a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I found myself shivering despite the exertion of the hike. As the day wore on, the silence of the forest began to get to me. There were no bird calls, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. It was as if all the wildlife had fled, leaving behind nothing but empty woods and shadows. I checked my watch. 4:03 p.m. I'd been hiking for hours, and the light was starting to fade. I knew I should turn back, make it home before dark. But something drove me on, a need to know, to understand what was happening in my forest. That that's when I saw it. A cave entrance, half hidden by overgrown vines and fallen rocks. It was exactly where my map had indicated it would be, but seeing it in person sent a shiver down my spine. The opening was large, easily big enough for something much larger than a man to pass through. I stood there for a long moment, staring into the darkness of the cave. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to turn around, to go back to the safety of my cabin. But I'd come this far. I had to know. Slowly, hesitantly, I pulled out my flashlight and stepped towards the cave entrance. The beam of light seemed feeble against the oppressive darkness, barely penetrating a few feet into the cavern. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and stepped inside. The smell hit me first, that same rancid, rotting odor I'd encountered the night before, but stronger now, almost overpowering. I gagged, covering my nose and mouth with my sleeve. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I began to make out shapes in the gloom. The cave was larger than I'd initially thought, stretching back into the mountain. And there, on the floor, were more of those strange footprints, leading deeper into the cave. I followed them, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it could be heard echoing off the walls. The beam of my flashlight danced across the rocky floor, revealing more and more signs of something. Claw marks on the walls, piles of what looked disturbingly like gnawed bones. And then, in a far corner of the cave, I saw it. A pile of fur and flesh, partially hidden behind a large boulder. At first I thought it was the creature itself, sleeping perhaps. But as I crept closer, my stomach churning with fear and revulsion, I realized what I was looking at. It was a skin, a massive, fur-covered skin, turned inside out as if it had been shed. Like a snake shedding its old skin, but on a much larger, much more terrifying scale. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. Things like this didn't exist, couldn't exist. That's when I heard it. A low, rumbling growl coming from deeper within the cave. A sound that made my blood run cold and my heart stop in my chest. I wasn't alone in here. And whatever was in here with me, it knew I was here too. In that moment, as the growl echoed off the cave walls and the stench of decay filled my nostrils, I realized I'd made a terrible, possibly fatal mistake. I should have stayed in my cabin, should have chalked up the previous night's experience to an overactive imagination and too much solitude. But it was too late for regrets now. Whatever was in this cave with me, whatever horror I'd stumbled upon, I had to face it, or run from it. And as the growl grew louder, closer, I made my choice. I ran. My feet pounded against the rocky floor of the cave as I ran, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly, casting grotesque shadows on the walls. The growl behind me grew louder, closer, accompanied by the sound of something large moving through the cavern. I didn't dare look back, focusing all my energy on finding the exit. The cave seemed to have grown to twisting and turning in ways I didn't remember from my entry. Had I taken a wrong turn? Was I running deeper into the mountain instead of towards freedom? Panic clawed at my throat, threatening to overwhelm me. Suddenly, my foot caught on a protruding rock. I went down hard, the flashlight flying from my hand and shattering against the cave wall, plunging me into darkness. Pain shot through my ankle as I scrambled to my feet, but I pushed through it. I couldn't stop, not now. In the pitch black, I was blind, reduced to feeling my way along the rough cave wall. The sounds behind me were getting closer. I could hear heavy breathing now, punctuated by occasional snarls that made my skin crawl. Just when all hope was lost, I felt a breeze on my face. The cave exit. With renewed energy, I pushed forward, ignoring the burning in my lungs and the throbbing in my ankle. I burst out of the cave into the fading twilight, gasping for air. But I couldn't stop. I plunged into the forest, branches whipping at my face as I ran. The thing from the cave was right behind me. I could feel it. The forest floor shook with its pursuit. I ran without direction, without thought, driven purely by the instinct to survive. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but still I pushed on. The fading light made the forest a maze of shadows and obstacles. More than once I nearly fell, caught myself on a tree, and EPT going. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw it. My cabin. I'd somehow circled back around to territory. A surge of hope gave me a last burst of speed. If I could just make it inside, maybe I'd be safe. I was halfway across the clearing when I heard it. A sound like tearing fabric, followed by a roar that shook the very air around me. Against my better judgment, I looked back. What I saw will haunt me for the rest of my days. It stood at the edge of the darkening sky. But as I watched, horrified, unable to look away, the shape began to change. The fur seemed to ripple, and then split, peeling away like a grotesque cocoon. From within emerged a man, or something that looked like a man, tall, unnaturally thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Its skin was pale, almost translucent in the fading light, and its eyes, God, its eyes were black, endless pits that seemed to swallow what little light remained. For a moment, we just stared at each other, me frozen in terror, and it studying me like a predator sizing up its prey. Then it smiled, revealing rows of sharp, pointed teeth, and it spoke. "You shouldn't have come here, Everett." The sound of my name on its lips broke the spell. I turned and ran the final distance to my cabin, fumbling with the door in my panic. I practically fell inside, slamming the door behind me and throwing the lock. For a moment, all I could do was lean against the door, gasping for breath, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. But I knew I couldn't stop. Not yet. I grabbed my rifle from where I'd dropped it and moved to the window, peering out into the gathering darkness. The thing, the man, the creature, whatever it was, stood at the edge of the clearing, watching the cabin. It made no move to approach, but I could feel its gaze on me, even through the walls. "Come out, Everett." Its voice carried clearly across the distance, smooth and enticing. "We have so much to discuss." I gripped my rifle tighter, my palms sweaty on the cool metal. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. "I'm armed." A low chuckle drifted through the air. "Oh, Everett, do you really think that will help you?" As if to emphasize its point, it took a step forward, then another. Its movements were smooth, almost graceful, belying the monstrous form I'd seen earlier. I raised my rifle, aiming at its chest. "I'm warning you," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Come any closer and I'll shoot." It paused, tilting its head to the side in an unnervingly human gesture. "You could," it agreed, "but then you'd never know the truth. About me, about this place, about yourself." "What are you talking about?" I demanded, curiosity warring with fear. "You're special, Everett," it said, taking another step closer. "You're like me, or you could be. That's why you came out here, isn't it? To escape a world that never quite fit, to find something more." Its words struck a chord deep within me, echoing thoughts I'd had but never dared voice. "How could it know?" "You're lying," I said, but my voice lacked conviction. "Am I?" it asked, now standing just beyond my porch. "Think about it, Everett. The way you've always felt out of place. The way you thrive out here, where others would wither and die. You're meant for something greater, something beyond human." I wanted to deny it, wanted to pull the trigger and end this nightmare. But something held me back, a nagging doubt, a terrible curiosity. What are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. It smiled again, that terrible, toothy grin. "I am what you could become, what you're meant to become. All you have to do is let me in." As if in a trance, I found myself moving towards the door. My hand reached for the lock. "That's it," the thing crooned. "Just open the door, Everett. Embrace your true nature." My fingers touched the cold metal of the lock. I began to turn it. Then, from somewhere deep in the woods, came a howl, a sound so primeval, so filled with rage and hunger, that it snapped me out of whatever spell I'd been under. The thing outside hissed, its head whipping around to face the direction of the sound. No, it snarled. "Not now, not when I'm so close." It turned back to me, its face now a mask of fury. "This isn't over, Everett," it growled. "You can't escape what you are, what you're meant to become. I'll be waiting." With that, it turned and sprinted into the woods, moving faster than anything I'd ever seen. Within seconds, it had vanished into the darkness. I stood there, trembling, my hand still on the lock. What had just happened? What had I almost done? The howl came again, closer this time. Whatever had scared off the thing outside was coming closer, and somehow I knew that it wasn't coming to help me. I threw the extra locks, pushed my heavy wooden table in front of the door for good measure. Then I retreated to the corner of the cabin, rifle clutched to my chest, and waited. The night was far from over, and I had a king feeling that my ordeal was just beginning. The hours that followed were the longest of my life. I sat in that corner, rifle trained on the door, listening to the sounds of the forest outside. The howling continued, sometimes close, sometimes distant, as if whatever was out there was circling my cabin. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of wind against the window set my nerves on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling that at any moment something was going to come crashing through the door or window. But worse than the sounds were the moments of silence. In those quiet stretches, my mind replayed the events of the day. The cave, the shed skin, the thing that had spoken to me, had known my name, had claimed I was like it. I tried to rationalize it, to find some logical explanation for what I'd seen and heard. Maybe I was losing my mind. Maybe years of isolation had finally taken their toll, causing me to hallucinate, to see monsters where there were none. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The terror I'd felt was too real, the memories too vivid. Whatever was out there, it was no hallucination. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the windows, the noises outside finally ceased. I waited another hour, hardly daring to breathe, before I finally lowered my rifle. My muscles screamed in protest as I stood, stiff from hours of sitting in one position. Cautiously, I approached the window, peering out into the misty morning. The clearing around my cabin looked peaceful, undisturbed. No sign of the horrors of the night before. I don't know what possessed me to do it, but I found myself unbarricading the door. Maybe it was a need to prove to myself that it had all been a bad dream. Maybe it was just the stubborn pride of a man who refused to be cowed in his own home. The morning air was crisp as I stepped onto my porch, rifle still in hand. Birds were singing in the trees, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. It all seemed so normal. Then I saw the footprints. They circled the cabin, a mix of human-like prints and the larger clawed marks I'd seen in the cave. They crisscrossed the clearing, telling a story of the night's events that made my blood run cold. Whatever had been out here, there had been more than one of them, and they'd been here all night, watching, waiting. I retreated back into the cabin, slamming the door and throwing the locks. My mind was racing. What were these things? Why were they here? And most importantly, what did they want with me? The thing's words from the night before echoed in my head. You're special, Everett. You're like me, or you could be. I shook my head, trying to clear the thoughts. No, whatever these things were, I wasn't one of them. I couldn't be, but a nagging doubt remained. Why had I come out here in the first place? Why had I always felt so out of place in the world? I pushed the thoughts aside. I couldn't afford to think like that. Not now. I needed to focus on survival. I spent the day reinforcing my defenses. I boarded up the windows, leaving just small gaps to see through. I gathered all my weapons, my rifle, an old shotgun, and a revolver I kept for emergencies. I placed them strategically around the cabin, ensuring I'd always be within reach of a weapon. As I worked, I tried to plan my next move. I couldn't stay here forever. Sooner or later, I'd run out of supplies. Or worse, those things would find a way in. I needed help. But who could I turn to? The nearest town was miles away, and I had no way to contact them. Even if I did, who would believe me? As the sun began to set, I felt a familiar sense of dread settling over me. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my core that they would be back tonight. I double-checked all my defenses, loaded and reloaded my weapons, and settled in for another long night. The waiting was the worst part. The knowledge that something was coming, but not knowing when or how. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound a potential threat. It was just past midnight when I heard it, a soft scratching at the door. So faint, I almost thought I'd imagined it. Then a voice, different from the one last night, softer, female. "Everett, Everett, please, I need help." I gripped my rifle tighter, my heart pounding. It was a trick. It had to be. "Everett, please." The voice called again, more desperate now. "There's something out here, something terrible. Please, let me in." Despite myself, I found my resolve wavering. What if it wasn't a trick? What if there really was someone out there who needed help? I approached the door cautiously, rifle at the ready. "Who are you?" I called out. "How do you know my name?" "My name is Lynn," the voice replied. "I'm a hiker. I got lost. Please, Everett, they're coming. Let me in." My hand hovered over the lock. Every instinct screamed at me not to open the door. But if there really was someone out there, I made my decision. "Step back from the door," I said. "I'm R. Med, any funny business and I'll shoot." Slowly, I unlocked the door and pulled it open, rifle aimed and ready. There was indeed a woman standing there. She looked to be in her early 30s, with long dark hair and wide, frightened eyes. She was dressed in hiking gear, muddy and torn in places. "Oh, thank God," she breathed, stepping forward. "Stay where you are," I warned, keeping the rifle trained on her. "How do you know my name?" She blinked, confusion crossing her face. I don't know. I just knew. "Please, can I come in?" "It's not safe out here." I hesitated. Something felt off, but I couldn't just leave her out there. "All right," I said finally. "Come in, but slowly, and keep your hands where I can see them." She nodded, moving carefully into the cabin. I closed the door behind her, throwing the locks, but kept my rifle ready. "Thank you," she said, visibly relaxing. I thought I was going to die out there. "What happened?" I asked. "What are you doing out here?" "I was hiking," she explained. I got turned around, lost my map. Then I saw something terrible. It was chasing me, I thought. She trailed off, shuddering. I felt a pang of sympathy, She seemed genuinely terrified. Maybe I'd been wrong to suspect her. "You're safe now," I said, lowering the rifle slightly. "We'll figure this out in the morning. You can take the bed. I'll keep watch." She smiled gratefully, and for a moment I felt a warmth I hadn't experienced in years. Human connection. I'd forgotten how much I'd missed it. But as she moved towards the bedroom, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. On the back of her neck, partially hidden by her hair, was a patch of skin that looked wrong, discolored, almost scaly. And in that moment, I realized I'd made a terrible mistake. My finger tensed on the trigger of my rifle as I watched Lynn move towards the bedroom. The patch of discolored skin on her neck seemed to shimmer in the dim light of the cabin. I knew I had to act fast, but fear kept me rooted to the spot. "Wait," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Lynn turned, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. "Is everything okay, Everett?" I raised the rifle, aiming it squarely at her chest. "What are you?" Her eyes widened, a look of hurt crossing her face. "Everett, what are you talking about?" "I told you, I'm just a hiker. I'm scared and I need help." But I could see it now. The way her movements were just a little too smooth, a little too calculated. The way her eyes seemed to reflect the light like an animal's. "Don't lie to me," I growled. "I can see it on your neck. You're one of them, aren't you?" For a moment, she maintained the charade, her face a mask of bewildered innocence. Then, slowly, her expression changed. The fear and confusion melted away, replaced by a cold, calculating look that sent chills down my spine. "Oh, Everett," she sighed, her voice losing its panicked edge. "I had so hoped we could do this the easy way." Before I could react, she moved. One moment, she was standing by the bedroom door. The next, she was right in front of me, her hand gripping the barrel of my rifle. With impossible strength, she wrenched it from my grasp, tossing it aside like it was made of paper. I stumbled backward, fumbling for the revolver I'd stashed in my waistband. But Lynn, or whatever she really was faster. Her hand shot out, fingers wrapping around my throat, lifting me off the ground with terrifying ease. "You humans," she mused, her voice taking on an otherworldly resonance. "So predictable, so fragile. Did you really think your little weapons could protect you?" I gasped for air, clawing at her hand. But it was like trying to bend steel. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision as she squeezed tighter. "We'd been watching you for a long time, Everett," she continued. "You're special, different. You could be so much more than this." She gestured at my struggling form with her free hand. Just as I thought I was about to lose consciousness, she released me. I fell to the floor, coughing and gasping. Why, I managed to choke out. "Why me?" Lynn crouched down beside me, her movements fluid and predatory. "Because you're ready," she said, reaching out to stroke my cheek with unnaturally cold fingers. "You've already taken the first steps, isolating yourself, rejecting your humanity. You're so close to becoming what you were always meant to be. I recoiled from her touch, scrambling backward until my back hit the wall. I'm nothing like you, I spat. She laughed, a sound that was both beautiful and terrifying. Oh, but you are. You just don't know it yet. But you will, we'll show you. As she spoke, her form began to change. Her skin rippled and shifted, taking on a mottled, scaly appearance. Her limbs elongated, fingers extending into wicked claws. Her face stretched, mouth widening to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. I watched in horror as the thing that had been Lynn completed its transformation. What stood before me, now W, as the creature I'd glimpsed in the woods, the monster from my nightmares made flesh. What are you? I whispered, terror and a perverse fascination warring within me. The creature tilted its head, regarding me with eyes that were now entirely black. We are the next step, it said, its voice a guttural growl. The bridge between what humanity is and what it could be. And you, Everett, are going to help us cross that bridge. It reached for me, claws gleaming in the dim light. I closed my eyes, bracing for the end, but the attack never came. Instead, a deafening roar shook the cabin, followed by the sound of splintering wood. I opened my eyes to see the cabin door exploding inward, showering the room with debris. In the doorway stood another creature, similar to the one that had been Lynn, but larger, more feral. It snarled, lips pulling back to reveal a mouthful of dagger-like teeth. The Lynn creature hissed, whirling to face the newcomer. He's mine, it growled. I claimed him. The larger creature roared in response, the sound so loud it made my ears ring. Then, with shocking speed, it launched itself at Lynn. What followed was a blur of violence so intense, so primal, that my mind struggled to process it. The two creatures tore at each other with claw and fang, their inhuman shrieks filling the air. Blood, dark and viscous, splattered the walls and floor. I huddled in the corner, paralyzed with fear, as the battle raged around me. Furniture splintered, walls cracked, and still the creatures fought, locked in a struggle that seemed more ancient grudge than simple territorial dispute. Finally, with a sickening crunch, the larger creature got the upper hand. It clamped its jaws around Lynn's throat, and with a violent shake of its head, tore it clean off. The cabin fell silent save for my ragged breathing and the wet sound of the victorious creature feasting on its fallen foe. Then slowly, it turned its attention to me. I pressed myself against the wall, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. This was it. I was going to die, torn apart by this monster in my own home. But the creature didn't attack. Instead, it began to change, its form shifting and shrinking until a man stood before me. He was tall, powerfully built, with long gray hair and a beard that seemed almost aristocratic. His eyes, though human in appearance, held an ageless, predatory intelligence that made me shudder. "Everett Green," he said, his voice deep and resonant. "We have much to discuss." I stared at him, my mind reeling from everything I'd witnessed. "Who? What are you?" I managed to ask. The man, if that's what he truly was, smiled, revealing teeth that were just a little too sharp to be human. "My name is Aldrich," he said, "and I'm here to offer you a choice, one that will change your life and the world forever." As he spoke, I heard movement outside, more creatures gathering in the darkness beyond my shattered door, waiting, watching. I realized then that my old life, my solitary existence in these woods, was over. Whatever came next, there was no going back. The only question was, would I embrace this new reality or fight it to my last breath? Aldrich extended a hand towards me, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. "What do you say, Everett? Are you ready to evolve?" I stared at Aldrich's outstretched hand, my mind reeling from the night's events. The cabin around us was in ruins, splattered with the dark blood of the creature that had been Lynn. The stench of death and something alien filled the air. "Evolve," I managed to croak out, my voice hoarse from fear and disbelief. "What the hell are you talking about?" Aldrich's smile widened, revealing more of those unnaturally sharp teeth. "My dear Everett," he said, lowering his hand, "surely you've realized by now that you're different from other humans. You've always felt it, haven't you? That sense of not quite belonging." I wanted to deny it, to tell him he was crazy. But the words stuck in my throat, because deep down, I knew he was right. I'd always felt like an outsider, even before I'd retreated to these woods. "What we offer," Aldrich continued, gesturing to the creatures I could now see gathering outside, "is the chance to become something more, to shed the limitations of your human form, and embrace a power beyond your wildest dreams." I shook my head, trying to clear it. This was insane. It had to be some sort of nightmare. And what exactly would I become? I asked, buying time as I tried to inch towards the shotgun I'd stashed under a nearby table. Aldrich's eyes followed my movement, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. "We are shapeshifters, Everett, the next step in human evolution. We can take any form we choose, heal from almost any injury. We are faster, stronger, and far more durable than any human." "And the price?" I asked, my hand closing around the cold metal of the shotgun. "There's always a price." Perceptive, Aldrich nodded approvingly. "The price, as you put it, is your humanity. Once you change, there's no going back. You'll need to feed, to hunt. Your old life will be gone forever." I pulled the shotgun out, aiming it at Aldrich's chest. And if I refuse, Aldrich didn't even flinch. "Then you die," he said simply. "We can't risk you exposing our existence to the world. It's evolution or extinction, Everett. Your choice." My finger tightened on the trigger. I could end this now, maybe buy myself a chance to escape. But something held me back. Curiosity, fear, or something deeper. Some part of me that resonated with what Aldrich was saying. "Why me?" I asked, the shotgun wavering in my grip. Out of all the people in the world, why choose some hermit in the woods? Aldrich took a step closer, seemingly unconcerned by the weapon pointed at him. Because you're already halfway there, Everett. Your isolation, your rejection of society, they're symptoms of what you truly are. You're a born shapeshifter. You just need a push. As he spoke, I felt something stirring inside me, a strange warmth spreading through my body, accompanied by an ache in my bones that was almost pleasurable. I looked down at my hands and saw the skin rippling, as if something beneath was trying to break free. What's happening to me? I gasped, dropping the shotgun as pain lanced through my body. Aldrich placed a hand on my shoulder, his touch surprisingly gentle. You're changing, Everett. Your true nature is finally awakening. I fell to my knees, my body convulsing as bones cracked and reformed. My skin felt like it was on fire, stretching and morphing in ways that should have been impossible. I opened my mouth to scream, but all that came out was a bestial roar. Through the haze of pain and transformation, I saw Aldrich kneeling beside me, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Don't fight it, he urged. Embrace what you're becoming. Part of me wanted to resist, to cling to my humanity, but a larger part, a part I'd kept buried for years, reveled in the change. I felt power coursing through me, reshaping me into something new, something more. When it was over, I stood on 4 legs, my body covered in thick, dark fur. My senses were sharper, every smell and sound amplified. I could feel the raw strength in my new form, the potential for speed and violence. Aldrich, now in his own bestial form, stood before me. Welcome to your new life, Everett, he growled, the words somehow clear despite coming from an inhuman mouth. I looked out at the gathered creatures, my new kindred, and felt a sense of belonging I'd never experienced before. The woods that had been my refuge now felt like a kingdom, and I its newly crowned prince. But as the initial euphoria of the change faded, doubt began to creep in. What had I become? What would this new existence mean? And most troublingly, what had I lost in gaining this power? As the first light of dawn began to break over the trees, I realized that my journey was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. The days that followed my transformation were a blur of new sensations and primal instincts. Aldrich and the others, my new pack, I supposed, took me deep into the wilderness, far beyond the familiar boundaries of my former life. We traveled mostly at night, our enhanced senses allowing us to navigate the darkest forests with ease. During the day, we would rest in hidden caves or dense thickets, and it was during these times that Aldrich began my education in earnest. The first thing you need to understand, Everett, he said one afternoon as we lounged in our human forms in a secluded glade, is that we are not monsters. We are the next step in evolution, the bridge between humanity's past and its future. I nodded, still struggling to reconcile my new reality with the life I'd left behind. But we kill, I pointed out, we feed on others. Aldrich's eyes flashed with something that might have been anger or disappointment. We do what we must to survive, just as humans do. Are they monsters for slaughtering cattle or hunting deer? It's not the same, I argued, but even as I said it, I felt the hollowness of the words. Isn't it? Aldrich countered. We are apex predators, Everett. It's our nature, our role in the grand scheme of things. To deny that is to deny what you are. I fell silent, mulling over his words. Part of me, the part that still clung to my humanity, recoiled at the idea. But another part, the part that reveled in my new strength and freedom, found Aldrich's philosophy seductive. Over the next few weeks, I learned to control my transformations, to shift between human and beast at will. It was an exhilarating feeling, being able to change my form as easily as changing clothes. But with this power came a hunger, a craving that gnawed at me constantly. You need to feed, Aldrich told me one night as we perched on a rocky outcropping, overlooking a small town nestled in the valley below. You've been putting it off, but you can't deny your nature forever. I swallowed hard, my enhanced vision picking out individual people moving about their evening routines, oblivious to the predators watching from above. I can't, I whispered. They're innocent people. Aldrich placed a hand on my shoulder, his grip firm. There are no innocent people, Everett, only prey and predators. It's time you understood that. Before I could protest further, he stood and shifted into his bestial form. With a roar that echoed across the valley, he charged down the slope towards the town. The others of our pack followed, their howls filling the night air. I hesitated for a moment, torn between my fading humanity and the call of the hunt. Then, with a mix of dread and anticipation, I let the change take me and bounded after my pack. What followed was a night of chaos and bloodshed that I'll never forget. We tore through the town like a force of nature, unstoppable and merciless. I tried to hold back at first, to resist the urge to kill, but when I cornered my first victim, a middle-aged man who stared at me with terror in his eyes, something inside me snapped. The taste of blood, the thrill of the hunt, the raw power I felt as I took a life. It was intoxicating. By the time dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the town was silent. We retreated to the hills, sated and triumphant. As we rested in a hidden cave, licking our wounds and basking in the afterglow of the hunt, I caught Aldrich watching me. His eyes gleamed with approval. "How do you feel?" he asked. I considered the question, probing my emotions. I expected to feel guilt, horror at what I'd done. Instead, I felt alive, more alive than I'd ever felt in my human life. Powerful, I admitted, free. Aldrich nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. That's what I've been trying to tell you, Everett. This is who you are, who you were always meant to be. As the others of the pack drifted off to sleep, I sat at the mouth of the cave, looking out over the forest. The world seemed different now, full of potential and promise. The guilt and doubt that had plagued me since my transformation were fading, replaced by a sense of purpose and belonging. But as I watched the sun climb higher in the sky, a small voice in the back of my mind whispered a warning. Was I losing myself? Had I traded my humanity for power, becoming the very monster I'd once feared? I pushed the thoughts aside. This was my life now, for better or worse. I was no longer Everett Green, the solitary hermit. I was something new, something more. And as I settled down to sleep beside my new family, I realized that I wouldn't have it any other way. Little did I know, this was just the beginning. The true test of my new nature and my remaining humanity was yet to come. Months passed, and I embraced my new life with a fervor that surprised even Aldrich. I reveled in my newfound power, in the thrill of the hunt, in the bond I shared with my pack. We roamed the wilderness, moving from town to town, leaving a trail of destruction in our wake. But as time went on, something began to change. The voice in the back of my mind, the one I'd tried so hard to silence, grew louder. It whispered of guilt, of the lives we'd taken, of the humanity I'd left behind. One night, as we prepared for another hunt, I found myself hesitating. Aldrich noticed, his eyes narrowing as he studied me. "What's wrong, Everett?" he asked, his voice carrying a note of suspicion. I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts. "Nothing," I lied, "just thinking about the hunt." Aldrich didn't look convinced, but he let it go. As we moved towards our target, a small logging community deep in the forest, I felt a sense of dread growing in the pit of my stomach. The attack began as they always did, with us shifting into our bestial forms and descending on the unsuspecting town. But this time, as I cornered a young woman who couldn't have been more than 20, I froze. She looked up at me, terror in her eyes, and in that moment, I saw myself reflected in them. Not the powerful creature I'd become, but the monster I'd allowed myself to be. "Run," I growled, surprising myself as much as her. She didn't need to be told twice, scrambling away as fast as she could. Aldrich appeared beside me, his massive form radiating anger. "What are you doing?" He snarled. "I can't do this anymore," I said, shifting back into my human form. "This isn't right. We're not gods or the next step in evolution. We're just killers." Aldrich's eyes flashed with rage. "You fool," he spat. "After everything I've taught you, you still cling to your weak human morality." "It's not weakness to value life," I countered, standing my ground despite the fear coursing through me. "What we're doing, it's not evolution, it's extinction." Aldrich let out a roar that shook the trees around us. "Then you've made your choice," he growled, "and sealed your fate." He lunged at me, claws extended, but I was ready. I shifted back into my beast form, meeting his attack head on. We crashed through the forest, a whirlwind of fur and fangs and fury. The rest of the pack gathered around, watching the battle with a mix of confusion and bloodlust. I knew that whoever won this fight would lead the pack, and I knew that if Aldrich won, there would be no mercy for the humans we'd come to hunt. Our fight seemed to last for hours, though it was probably only minutes. Aldrich was stronger, more experienced, but I fought with the desperation of someone who had everything to lose. In the end, it was that desperation that won out. With a final, savage attack, I tore out Aldrich's throat. He fell to the ground, his form shifting back to human as the life drained from his eyes. The pack watched in silence, waiting to see what I would do next. I stood over Aldrich's body, panting heavily, blood dripping from my jaws. Then, slowly, I shifted back to my human form and turned to face the others. "It's over," I said, my voice hoarse. "No more hunting, no more killing. We find another way to live, or we go our separate ways." There was a moment of tense silence, and then, one by one, the others shifted back to their human forms. Some nodded in agreement, while others looked uncertain, but none challenged me. As dawn broke over the forest, I led what remained of the pack away from the town. We had a long journey ahead of us, learning to coexist with the world instead of preying upon it. It wouldn't be easy, but it was necessary. I knew that I could never fully atone for the lives I'd taken, the destruction I'd caused. The guilt would always be with me, a constant reminder of the monster I'd almost become. But I also knew that I had a chance to do better, to use my power to protect rather than destroy. As we moved deeper into the wilderness, I thought about the man I'd been before all this started, the solitary hermit who thought he could escape the world. I realize now that true strength doesn't come from isolation or domination, but from connection and compassion. I don't know what the future holds for me or for my kind, but I do know this. The real evolution isn't about becoming more powerful or more deadly. It's about becoming more human, even when you're not human at all. And so, as the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees, I led my pack towards an uncertain future. We were no longer predators stalking in the night, but neither were we the humans we'd once been. We were something in between, straddling two worlds. And in that liminal space, perhaps we could find a way to bridge the gap between what humanity is and what it could be. Not through violence or domination, but through understanding and coexistence. It would be a hard road, filled with challenges and temptations. But as I looked at the faces of my pack, tired, uncertain, but willing to try, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. It was the spring of 2006, and I was a 16-year-old Native American teenager from Oregon. Like many of my peers, I was eager to embrace our cultural heritage and learn more about our traditions. When the opportunity arose to join a youth camping trip led by some of our tribal elders during spring break, I jumped at the chance. Little did I know that this trip would leave an indelible mark on my psyche, shaping my understanding of our spiritual beliefs and the unseen world around us. Our group consisted of about a dozen teenagers and 3 respected tribal leaders. We packed our gear into a couple of old vans and set off for the lush forests that our ancestors had called home for countless generations. The drive was filled with excited chatter and laughter as we wound our way through winding roads, the scenery gradually changing from suburban sprawl to dense, towering trees. After a few hours, we arrived at our campsite, a small clearing nestled among ancient cedars and Douglas firs. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. We spent the afternoon setting up our tents, gathering firewood, and preparing for the days ahead. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in vibrant oranges and purples, we gathered around the campfire. The crackling flames cast dancing shadows on the faces of my friends and elders. We roasted hot dogs and marshmallows, sharing stories and jokes. The mood was light and carefree, a stark contrast to the weight of the lesson I was about to receive. As the night wore on and the initial excitement began to wane, a comfortable silence fell over our group. Without thinking, I started to whistle a tune, just a simple melody I'd picked up somewhere. The sound seemed to pierce the quiet of the forest, echoing slightly in the clearing. Suddenly, one of our tribal leaders, an older man named Robert with deep-set eyes and weathered skin, shot me a sharp look. "Stop that," he said, his voice low but firm. "We don't whistle at night." Confused and a little embarrassed, I immediately fell silent. The other teenagers looked at me with a mix of curiosity and concern. Robert's expression softened slightly as he saw my discomfort, and he motioned for us all to gather closer. "There's a reason we don't whistle at night," he began, his voice taking on the cadence of a storyteller. "It's a lesson passed down through generations, a warning about the delicate balance between our world and the spirit world." As Robert spoke, the forest around us seemed to grow quieter, as if the trees themselves were leaning in to listen. He explained that in our native traditions, we believe that the nighttime belongs to the spirits. It's their time to roam freely, to exist without the interference of the living. By going to sleep at night, we show respect for this arrangement, giving the spirits the space they need. But Robert warned, there are consequences for those who disrupt this balance. He spoke of creatures known as the stick people, entities that serve as guardians of the spirit world's time. These beings, he said, are drawn to those who make noise at night, particularly whistling. The stick people, Robert continued, his eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. They're not evil, but they're not kind either. They're protectors of a boundary we must respect. When someone whistles at night, it's like a beacon to them. They come to investigate, to silence the disturbance. He went on to describe how the stick people would lure unwary individuals deeper into the forest, leading them astray until they were hopelessly lost. Some stories told of people disappearing for days, others for weeks. A few, he said in a hushed tone, were never seen again. As Robert spoke, I could feel a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool night air. The forest around us, which had seemed so welcoming during the day, now felt alive with unseen presences. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig made me jump slightly. But why whistling? One of my friends asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Robert nodded, acknowledging the question. Whistling carries far in the quiet of night, he explained. It's a human sound, unmistakable. To the spirits, it's like shining a bright light into a dark room, disruptive and disrespectful. He went on to share other traditional beliefs about nighttime behavior. We learned that it was considered unwise to call out someone's name after dark, as this could attract unwanted attention from spirits. Looking into mirrors at night was discouraged, as they were seen as potential portals to the spirit world. As Robert spoke, I found myself reflecting on the deeper meaning behind these beliefs. They weren't just superstitions, I realized, but a complex system of respect and balance with the natural and spiritual world. Our ancestors had developed these traditions as a way of living in harmony with forces beyond our understanding. The night wore on, and Robert's stories continued. He spoke of other spiritual entities from our traditions, both benevolent and malevolent. He told us of shapeshifters who could take on animal forms, of guardian spirits who watched over our people, and of trickster figures who taught lessons through mischief and chaos. As I listened, I felt a growing sense of connection to my heritage. These weren't just stories. They were a link to countless generations before me, a way of understanding the world that had been passed down through the ages. I began to see the forest around us not just as a collection of trees and animals, but as a living, breathing entity filled with unseen forces and ancient wisdom. The fire began to die down, and Robert's voice grew softer. Remember, he said, looking each of us in the eye, these traditions aren't meant to scare you. They're meant to teach respect for the land, for the spirits, for the delicate balance of the world around us. When you whistle at night, you're not just making noise. You're disrupting that balance. As we prepared for bed that night, the forest seemed alive in a way it hadn't before. The rustling of leaves in the breeze sounded like whispered conversations. The shadows cast by our flashlights seemed to move with a life of their own. I found myself hesitating before stepping outside my tent, scanning the darkness for any sign of the stick people. That night, as I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the sounds of the forest, I reflected on what I'd learned. The story of the stick people and the warning against whistling at night wasn't just a scary tale to keep kids in line. It was a window into a worldview that saw humans as just one part of a vast, interconnected universe. It was a reminder of the importance of respect, of living in harmony with with the world around us, both seen and unseen. In the days that followed, our camping trip continued. We hiked through ancient forests, learned traditional skills like identifying edible plants and reading animal tracks, and shared more stories around the campfire each night. But that first night's lesson stayed with me, coloring every experience. I found myself moving more quietly through the forest, aware that I was a guest in an ancient and sacred place. I paid closer attention to the world around me, not just looking at the trees and animals, but feeling the energy of the land itself. And each night, as darkness fell, I remembered the story of the stick people and the importance of respecting the spirit's time. As the years have passed, I've carried that lesson with me. Even now, living in a modern world far removed from that forest campsite, I find myself hesitating before whistling at night. The story has become a part of me, a constant reminder of my heritage and the wisdom of my ancestors. Sometimes, on quiet nights, when the wind rustles through the trees outside my window, I think back to that camping trip. I remember the warmth of the fire, the sound of Robert's voice, and the feeling of being connected to something ancient and profound. And in those moments, I understand why we tell these stories, why we pass down these traditions. They're not just tales to frighten children or quaint superstitions. They're a way of understanding the world, of maintaining balance, and of keeping alive a worldview that sees magic and meaning in the natural world. The lesson I learned that night goes beyond not whistling after dark. It's about respect for nature, for spirits, for traditions, and for the delicate balance of the world around us. It's a reminder that we are not the masters of this world, but a part of it, with responsibilities and obligations to the seen and unseen alike. As I've grown older, I've come to appreciate the depth of wisdom in our native traditions. What once seemed like simple rules or scary stories now reveal themselves as complex systems of knowledge built up over countless generations. They encode not just spiritual beliefs, but practical wisdom about living in harmony with the natural world. The story of the stick people, for instance, isn't just about supernatural beings in the forest. It's a way of teaching the importance of silence and respect in nature, of not disturbing wildlife or other campers, of being aware of one's surroundings. The tradition of not calling out names at night, a practical way to avoid attracting predators or getting separated from your group in the darkness. These days, when I find myself in nature, whether it's a weekend camping trip or just a walk in a city park, I carry these lessons with me. I move with more awareness, more respect. I listen to the world around me, not just with my ears, but with my whole being. And yes, I still refrain from whistling at night. But more than that, I've learned to see the world through a lens of interconnectedness. Every action has a reaction. Every disturbance ripples out in ways we might not immediately see. This understanding has influenced how I live my life, how I interact with others, how I think about my place in the world. As I reflect on that camping trip now, years later, I'm filled with gratitude. Gratitude for Robert and the other tribal elders who took the time to pass on these traditions. Gratitude for the wisdom of my ancestors, preserved and passed down through generations. And gratitude for that moment of thoughtless whistling that opened the door to a deeper understanding of my heritage and the world around me. The story of the stick people and that night around the campfire have become a touchstone for me, a memory I return to again and again. It reminds me of who I am and where I come from. It connects me to my past and guides me in my present. And every time I catch myself about to whistle at night, I smile, remembering the lessons learned in a forest clearing under a starry sky. In the end, these traditions, whether they're about stick people, whistling at night, or any of the countless other beliefs and practices passed down through generations, are more than just stories. They're a way of seeing the world, a reminder of our place in it, and a guide for living in harmony with all that surrounds us, both seen and unseen. And that, I believe, is a lesson worth carrying forward, no matter where life may take us.